Test, test, audio.
Good morning. It's September 25th. Sorry about the delay. We had some technical difficulties, but we're raring to go now. So our first item is item 1B, minutes for approval. We have two this morning, the minutes of September 11th and the minutes of September 18th. Do I have a motion for approval of these 2 minutes?
I move for approval of these 2 minutes.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. This is,
Aye.
aye, you have 4-0 on this one. And the next, we have four regulatory extension items this morning. The first one is Big Woods Manor Administrative Subdivision and Final Preliminary Plan and Final Forest Conservation Plan, extension request number 4. The second is 24927 Burnt Hill Road Administrative Subdivision and Preliminary/Final Forest Conservation, extension request number 2. The third is resurvey on locust level preliminary plan, regulatory extension request number 2. The fourth is the resurvey on locust level preliminary plan amendment, extension request, and I believe that's number 2. And then the last is Korean Mission Church preliminary plan and regulatory extension request number 5. So they are, it looks like the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them this morning. 4, I'm sorry. Do I have a recommend to approve these 4 extension requests?
I move to approve the regulatory extensions request for 4 projects as mentioned by the chair.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it 4-0. And next we will take a, do we need a like 30-second break? and then we'll go to our next item, which is item number 5, fiscal year 27 operating budget overview. Thank you. Thank you and good morning again. We're on item number 5, the fiscal year 27 operating budget overview. And this morning we have our commission's budget director, Terry Charles, presenting this item. Welcome.
Good morning, all. Again, Terry Charles, for the record, Corporate Budget Officer. I'm before you this morning to provide a preliminary estimate for FY27. As noted here on the slide, I will first share our key trends such as accessible base, tax rates, and our expenditure patterns, and then I will provide estimates for certain operational drivers and its implications on the now under development proposed FY27 budget. Before I get started, though, as you would imagine, the FY27 budget will face the headwinds presented by unpredictable federal actions, rattled consumer sentiment, rising inflation, and the prospect that the economy may be decelerating. As a result, it has made forecasting the future state of the local economy particularly challenged. As expected, revenues may suffer from a greater degree of volatility that could impact attainment of the levels anticipated. In short, the county has already signaled it's projecting a very tight revenue growth period, if you will. This next slide is just a reminder and a high-level view of the budget development timeline, which is scheduled to culminate with the commission approval December 17th and submission to the county executive and council by January 15th. I'm certain your calendars have already been marked for the various budget work sessions to review and approve the departmental requests. Dates include October 23rd, November 6th, November 13th, and November 20th. Now let's talk a little bit about what supports our spend. This slide is provided to just depict the continued strong growth and the foundational base of our main revenue contributor, which is property tax receipts. As seen here, the projected growth in the assessable base value for FY27 has not markedly diminished when compared to FY26. But as you know, this next slide is where the rubber meets the road. The approved tax rate, and as shown here is the rate trends for both funds. And we must all realize, as shown here, that the admin fund has experienced a decline in the applied tax rate for 2 consecutive years, approximately 4% each year. This was budgetarily possible through the drawdown of available fund balances. In contrast, the park fund experienced a 2% increase in the tax rate, bringing it to 6.14 cents in FY '26. Again, that fund is making use of fund balance to cover the remaining gap. So really what I want to share is the fact that moving forward beyond this current year, the use of fund balance really will no longer be an option, and definitely not at the magnitude that we are experiencing in FY '26. Also shown here, before I move on, is just looking at this 10-year trend. We experienced our highest approved rate in 2024. Now let's look at what has been spent, the fund's expense trends. We can see that the growth in actual spending is accelerating, particularly in the admin fund. And these FY '25 estimates are, of course, not our unaudited numbers. They're still working on final closeout numbers, but these are the latest estimates for our spending in FY '25. Again, as you can see, the admin fund expenditures are accelerating. Part of that, oh, sure. Part of that is reflected in the increase in transfers for the development review, as well as, again, we've been beginning to experience some positive gains in filling vacancies. The park fund, over the last 2 years, has had a pretty consistent growth pattern of about 5.7% per year. Now let's talk about FY '27's expectations in terms of additional monies coming in, generated in the absence of a change in the current property tax. The admin fund would gain an additional $1.4 million, and the park fund would gain just shy of $3.8 million for additional expenditures in FY '27. This next slide will begin the kickoff of the review of our internal cost pressures, which of course impact our base budgets. The first item is this slide reflects the estimated additional costs for maintaining our current employee benefits for our actives. And as you can see, as shown here, the total cost for the county for both funds would increase by $1.4 million to an estimated $22.4 million. That's $5 million in the admin fund and $17 million in the park fund. And as indicated on the slide, we're estimating a 6.7% increase in the employer contribution, which will be coupled with the use of, and you are aware of this, use of the general insurance fund balance to meet what you've already heard was the consultant's projected increase of nearly 9.5%.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
So why admin fund for FY '27, the benefit share goes up and park fund comes down? That's a little bit strange.
And Commissioner Penniman, I knew that you were going to ask that. And unfortunately, I will have to get an answer back and do a deeper dive as to why that fund looks the way it does. I can assure you it's the year-over-year budget comparison, but I don't
Yeah,
understand.
Should you think it would be reversed? But
Right.
I don't know why. Okay.
Yeah,
that's
so
fine.
we will give you a deeper dive to explain why the trend looks actually more than what we would anticipate. This next slide speaks to the costs for providing retiree medical benefits. Again, as shown here, the required county contribution, which will total $8.2 million, has $1.8 million in the admin fund and $6.4 million. The good news here is, though, that on a year-over-year comparison, we're actually able to reduce this funded requirement by almost $500,000. As noted here on the slide, several factors have combined to create this favorable outcome, including higher investment returns, lower than expected benefit payments, and quite frankly, receipt of higher than expected federal subsidies. And when that report is presented to you, the consultants will be able to do a deeper dive. But it is a significant increase and it's favorable to us. And anywhere that we can reduce our base cost is a good thing at this point in time, for sure. Sure.
And it would be fine if you bring the answer later. I'm just wondering, because OPEB it also usually is for the retirees, how the benefit for retirees is lowered while the benefit for the younger generation is increased.
So these numbers do include an increase of, the consultant is using 6.2% in normal cost. So to your point, it is lower than what is being projected for the actives, but it does include an increase year over year. So again, we can make query to them to kind of have them explain. I think, again, what we're seeing is the favorable experience with regard to the investment playing a role in what is needed for the contribution in FY27.
Yeah, I was talking about the health benefit because usually the major cost of the benefits is health insurance. And my understanding is that this cost has been going up and up, but I just heard you said that that was reduced. So I don't know if I heard it right, or if it is right, I was just wondering how could it be for the retirees, the benefit is reduced, but for younger generation, that is the employees, that goes up. Usually it's the reverse, if you think about it.
Right. And perhaps I'm walking past you in terms of saying the amount that we need to contribute is not as great for the retiree fund, but it still reflects the increase in claim activity associated with both sides. But it is interesting that our actives have a higher claim experience than our retirees. All right, the next slide here represents the additional cost to maintain our retirement benefit plan. And as seen here, the total cost to the county will increase nearly 1.3 million to an estimated 16.9 million, of which the admin fund is 4.2 and the park fund is 12.7. And this is an increase of 8.3% in the employer contribution, and it's based on a preliminary estimate provided by our consultant in advance of the completion of the June 2025 actuarial evaluation, which of course you will be hearing in a month or so. But again, they were able to give us preliminary estimates.
Yeah, the same question here. I guess when you check it, why park fund is less, you think that park should be more, but, comparing to admin fund.
And this last slide of estimated, oops, no. On the next slide here is the cost estimate for the employee compensation. It includes the annualization of FY26 adjustments and the provisions for FY27. As noted here, it is estimated to be the need is estimated to be 2 million more than what was budgeted in FY26. And then this last slide of estimated costs is related to CIP operational impacts, including bringing on online new facilities, providing for the pay-go transfer, and meeting debt service requirements. And as shown here, the additional expense in a year-over-year comparison is roughly $650,000, with the new facilities representing $400,000 and debt service being an additional cost, estimated at an additional cost of $250,000 if we issue $12 million during the year. So this slide brings all of the major costs together to create a preliminary baseline budget before any enhancements. And as shown here, the admin fund minimally needs to increase by 2.3 million, which would be a 4.9% increase over the current year, or just shy of $50 million. The park fund minimally needs to increase by basically 5 million, which would be a 3% increase over the current year, bringing it to just shy of 149 million. So with that information in hand, let's now look at what the county overall is anticipating as its revenue challenges in FY27. Their last published forecast anticipated modest revenue growth, just 1%, yielding only 61.6 million in new resources. Now, drilling down further, this slide seeks to present the admin fund's financial condition for FY27. Starting at the first row, the current year's budget of 48.5 million is supported by tax receipts of 41.7 million and 5.7 million in fund balance. It is anticipated by year end that only 3 to 4 million will remain in reserves. We just estimated that we need minimally 2.3 million or 4.9% increase to just sustain our current operations. So as shown here, the first line in the FY 2027 is the scenario of no tax rate change. And we can see that if that were to be our circumstance, we would have to reduce the current budget by 0.2% in order to meet the reserve requirement of at least 1.5 million. So to cover our estimated base budget and meet reserve requirements, we will need to be granted a tax rate greater than 2 cents. And as you can see, 2 cents as represented here is a 5.3% increase in the tax rate. It's anticipated to generate 45.4 million and would allow us to have a budget of 50.7 million. So that's how you kind of navigate this chart. I know that it has a lot of moving pieces going on in it, but it does reflect the fact that there's not a one-to-one relationship with the tax receipts and our budget just simply because of the prior use of fund balance.
Can I ask a quick question here?
Sure.
I think I understand kind of what you're getting at, but it looks like there's still a little bit of uncertainty around what the remaining reserve balance is going to be. It looks like it's somewhere between 3 to 4 million. Is that right? Do you know when we'll have more clarity on that? Because it seems like that could dramatically affect the ultimate rate increase that we propose or need, I should say. For example, if it's on the high end of close to 4 million, it seems like maybe we could even meet the reserve requirement potentially without an increase, which would be enormous. But I know it's maybe it's hard to sort of estimate now which end of that spectrum we're going to land in. But I think that would, understanding when we'll have more information about that could be helpful.
Now, I will be able to, within a month's time, have the certainty of how we closed out FY25. Now, the estimates as to what will be available for FY27 will also be dependent upon our performance in the current year. So these numbers and that estimate of that 3 to 4 million is with the expectation that we expend full dollars. If we do better, then that would improve our situation. But this is being based on us fully expending.
Right.
Yes.
Okay. Got it. Thanks.
Can I ask a question? Do you have a question?
Yeah, and this is assuming we have the same, well, our budget is keeping up with all of those necessary increases you said, but no enhancements. This is just like almost having a base budget, but including things for inflation. Is that what I?
Correct, correct.
Are you done?
Okay.
Yeah, something that I just need to be clear. We said that our base budget, the base, because it's the property tax, is going to be increased by 4% at least, correct? That's what was in your original graph, that our base budget is going to be increased by 4.7 or 4% at the minimum.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, for the admin fund, I said the 2.3 million would be basically a 5% increase over the
Yes.
current year. Yes.
So that's with no tax rate change. That is just the base.
That would require a tax rate change in order to provide us that full 2.3 million that we see as our necessary base.
So maybe I misunderstood what you were presenting. I thought that our tax base is increased because the property assessment is increasing, and also hopefully we have more housing coming. So that has nothing to do with the tax rate. Just assuming the same tax rate, if we have the base increase, then
So looking at that first line that reads no change in the tax rate, you're absolutely right. The growth in the assessable base is going to yield 1.4 million, but our base change exceeds that 1.4 million, leaving us with a gap of over $1 million, which puts us in the posture of we need a tax rate change just to
Okay.
maintain our base.
okay, so with addition of that, we're still in the hole. And the reason for that is we used like 5.7 million last year in our reserve. So we want to bring our reserve back to 3 to 4, but the requirement is 1.5 million. That's the minimum. And,
Correct.
you know, that's at the council eventually that decides how it works. But our preference is that we keep between 3 to 4 million in our reserve. That I understand, I support, yeah. Okay, thank you.
And moving to the park fund, the picture looks very similar. The current year's budget of 152.8 million is supported by tax receipts of 134.9 million. Programmed in is the use of 8.2 million in fund balance. Again, it's anticipated by year end that only 2 to 3 million will remain in reserves. And we just finished estimating that we need minimally an additional 5 to 6 million to sustain current operations in the park fund. And as shown here, if the tax rate remains unchanged, we would actually need to reduce our current budget by 1.3% in order to meet the reserve requirement in FY27 of at least 4.6 million. To cover the estimated base budget and meet reserve requirements, we will need to be granted a tax rate similar to what we received in FY 2024, which is that 6.50 cents. This concludes the presentation of the FY 27 outlook. I know what has been presented is a sobering challenge, especially since we all seek to bolster our operations. And I'll take any other questions. Don't shoot the messenger.
Yeah, thanks for your presentation. If you could make sure staff gets these slides, give us a chance to look through it again, and then we'll have some, if we have more questions, we can send them to you. In addition to what some of the things you said you'd get back to us on. So, yep, it's, we need more revenue, we need more growth in tax revenue in the county, so that we can continue to provide the great services we provide. So thank you so much. Any other
I
questions?
have one comment. OPEB. you know that we always have, that's a big challenge because right now we are showing the OPEB is being decreased by $500,000. So to have a good estimate, it helps the department greatly because I have seen that OPEB could change by $2 to $3 million, and the last minute, the department have to struggle to make it, to cover the OPEB because OPEB is a major non-commitment. So one of the challenges that we have always asked, and I'm talking on behalf of the department, is that if possible, please make sure that these estimates are as close as possible to reality. I do not know when you could get the final number, but if you get the final number in November or December, I do not know the department when is the best time to have that they have something tangible in hand because they're going to use that to do their budget. And if that number changes a lot last minute, a lot of the work that they have done has to be changed. So we discussed that last year, if you remember. So we would really appreciate if you could get them a good estimate as soon as possible.
And to your point, we are trying to work with our consultants to get the best numbers for use in development of our budgets. This OPEB number is the consultant's final number. And again, I think that they will be presenting it to you. So that one is a lock for FY27. The one that is still open would be the retirement contribution. But we have, based on their preliminary estimate to us, built in the 8.3%. So there may be an adjustment in that one, but again, they have worked hard to suggest that it wouldn't be of any significant magnitude.
Okay, that's really good to know, but I appreciate you stay on top of that to make sure that the department gets the best number in the right time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, those are all good questions, Vice Chair. And the more you can have the best estimates you can and whatever, nominal cushions you can put in. So for us, we're not scrambling later, so thank you so much. And then just send us the slides and we'll get back to you with any questions.
All right, thank you.
So we're going to take a 1 minute break. We're running behind here, and then we'll start our next item number 6, Fall 2025 Semi-Annual Report Outline. Thank you. Good morning. We're on item number 6, Fall 2025 Semi-Annual Report Outline. I'll give a big picture of what this is all about, and then I'll have Planning Director Sartori and Deputy Parks Director Darren Fouché give more specifics. So twice a year, we meet with the county council and talk about our work, the parks and planning work, and the board's work. So this year, and so they're coming to the board now talking about an outline of what they will be presenting to the county council, but it's about, we always want to keep the county council informed of the work we do, especially as it previews the upcoming budget season, and get their feedback. And it also helps inform the work plans that we get the council to approve every year of our work. So I'll start with Jason Sartori, our planning director, to talk about the semi-annual outline, specifically around what planning plans to present.
Great. Thank you, Chair Harris. And so our presentation to the council is on Tuesday, October 7th. So just a couple weeks away here. And when we do this, we kind of alternate who goes first, whether it's parks or planning. We always start with you have an opportunity to give a summary of the things going on at the board. But this semi-annual, it is Parks' turn to go first. So I'm going to defer to Darren to give an update on what Parks will be saying.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Jason. Harney. Good morning. Darren Fouché, Deputy Director of Administration for Parks, filling in for Director Figueredo, who will be giving this presentation to the council. So this is just for this purpose am I here. So we will start out with an opening slide, an introductory slide talking about our tree climbing, our canopy connection program for adults over 55. We'll give a brief a comment about being a finalist for the gold medal and move quickly on from that. Since we did not actually win this year, we will get them next year. And every year, we try to find an interesting way to frame what's happened over the past 6 months in the Parks Department and look ahead a little bit. So this year, this semi-annual, our framing device is behind the scenes. So we're going to talk a little bit about some of the things that the council and our residents do see, like our special events and our renovation projects and our community engagement, and then talk a little bit about what's happening behind the scenes. You know, we're a duck looking very calm above water, but we're paddling very fast underneath, and so pulling back the curtain a little bit to mix metaphors. So we'll go through, as we always do, sort of a list of projects and events and happenings. And so we'll start with all the outreach we do that support all the projects that you see, and talk a little bit about what's happening behind the scenes there. Sligo Creek Fest, obviously a very high profile event, and talk a little bit about all the work that it takes to put that on. And then disc golf in Northwest Branch Park is going to be the first full-scale disc golf in Montgomery Parks for us, and we'll talk about the origin story of that and how we got there. And of course, we will be taking a tour soon of that construction site. And then Bottleworks Lane Urban Park, we'll talk about how we went from planning to construction in a relatively fast timeline. Pope Farm Nursery, very behind the scenes because it's not actually accessible to the public, but it generates the trees for most of our developed parks in the county. And then Royce Hansen Conservation Park, which is another new park coming online soon. We'll tell the story there. Cloverleaf Park softball field renovation. And then we'll pivot to a more traditional, moving away from behind the scenes and moving to a more traditional status update. So we'll talk about stream restoration, Wheaton Regional Park, the grants and bond bills that we've received recently, Ovid Hazen Wells Skate Park and Carousel renovation, which is coming online soon, the Capitol Crescent Trail renovation planning work we've been doing, and starting any day now, Little Falls Parkway construction will be underway, and so we'll have an update on that. an update on our hiring and intern initiatives, Disability Pride Outside, and give, as we always do, a heads up about ribbon cuttings and park openings that are upcoming. And Chair, we will add a final slide on our solar panel initiative and our effort to increase the percent of our the actual amount of power that we're generating through solar to power the Parks Department efforts.
Okay, and then we will turn to the update for Montgomery Planning, and we're going to begin, and I know it says here with a discussion on the development pipeline analysis, and we do want to give the full council an update on that, but I think with the board's agreement, we'd like to actually give an update on all of our housing efforts that we're working on, so not just the development pipeline, but also talk about the housing needs assessment and the housing preferences survey that we are currently working on to kind of lay the groundwork for things to come in the future, but for the council to be aware of our ongoing efforts there. Then we're going to talk about the Community Planning Academy, which, as you know, has been quite a successful endeavor so far. We are really just getting started with this. We're ready to launch it countywide later this fall. Still getting feedback from the people who participated in it over the summer and the auditors who are familiar with the planning process, who are taking a look at it with a different perspective. We're getting their feedback now. And so we'll be able to give them an update on that and also invite them to the graduation ceremony that we're having for the 50 members of our summer cohort this October 23rd. Then we'll talk about our strategic plan, just let them know that, yes, we've approved this plan, and we are, it's not just something that's sitting on the shelf, but we are integrated into our daily work, into our work programs, and show them exactly how we're doing that, just giving them an update on where we are with the actions in our plan, and tie that into the department restructure as well. Then we'll talk about the value of corridor master planning here. And I think that this is an important time for us to share this sentiment with the council, as a lot of the corridor planning is going to be the focus of a lot of our upcoming master plan efforts. And it'll be important for us to demonstrate that there's a call for us to be doing corridor planning in Thrive. But then even beyond that, that's just that there's a need for us to do this, given where we are as a county and with the fact that we are largely built out. It involves some things that make it a little bit harder to advance some of the corridor efforts, but we are continuing to focus on those and trying to make the connections between transportation safety improvements that we desire and road design and built environment along these corridors. And then just moving from that to talk about where we are with some of our master plans, studies, and other projects that are in our work program, and to highlight the Design Excellence Awards, which will be occurring about a week later. That will be held again, as a reminder to you all, on October 16th at the Marriott International Headquarters in Bethesda, and encouraging council members to attend that as well. And then finally, as we do each semi-annual, we give an update to our master plan work program and ask them to approve any particular changes that we have in that.
Well, thank you so much. A lot to present, a lot of great work to present. So do you, and I like all of the items you guys said. I think what's so important is for these semi-annuals, said that even though there's a PHP committee where we are mostly talking to the council, but I think this is an opportunity to make sure all the council members are on the same page about all the work we do. So and talk about and then also highlight some of the things in their district. So all good. Any of the board members would like to have any questions or comments or any suggested additions?
I do have comments, but I let them go first. I just don't want to be the one to always be first. So I asked them if they have, so I don't want to be the first all the time. Thank you. I like all the all the topics that you discuss. A few things. I go with the Parks Department first. Just ideas. Okay, you can take it, you can leave it. A couple of other things. It has been some time that we haven't heard any, maybe you have heard, we haven't, about the park permits in regard to soccer, football, kids. I think it would be good if we are doing very well, everything is good. I remember that when I was at the Parks Department, there always was shortage of the ball fields. And I don't know if that still exists, or is it getting better, or some highlights of what we do. And also, I know that the park development does a lot of park permits, and but a lot of times those kind of things is not being noticed. If we are getting faster and more streamlined process of any of these, it's something that is a show and tell. We could provide information. I know that many of council members are interested for the ball field and everything else. The other thing that if you would like, and if it is true, the rate of the implementation of CIP projects. You just discussed that we are doing the projects much faster. You may want to highlight that how fast we are doing. We are not staying with the old process of a project 7 to 10 years until we do facility planning and move on. So we may still have some of the very large projects like that, but there are a lot of other projects that we are moving faster. These are things that people are interested. They want to see it while they're in the office, and we want to see it while we're still alive. So you could show those. So that would be really nice if we could. In regard to planning department, I really, really appreciate that you are going to discuss about the value of corridor master planning. I think when you do that, rather than just saying that, and I know it is in Thrive, say why we are doing a corridor, just get some of the facts. What are the benefits of it? And why is it better to do corridor planning versus master planning? And by the way, we are not teaching master planning of specific geographical areas. We still continue doing that. Is that correct? We're still going to do that.
Yes, that is correct. And one thing I just want to make clear too, because we've heard some confusion in the community, even from our county executive on this.
Yes.
Is a corridor plan is still a master plan. So these are still master planning efforts. We just refer to it as a corridor plan instead of an area plan. An area plan might be broader, it might have multiple activity centers or a single activity center in the areas around that. With a corridor plan, we might have multiple activity centers or nodes along a corridor. It's just a different concept, but it is still a master plan.
Yes, I understand it's still master plan, but that does not replace just the area master plan. It's on top of that.
Correct.
And because I have heard that we are not just doing corridor plan, and that's wrong. This is an icing on the cake, exactly for for the reason that you brought it in. And the area master plans still continues, but this takes a whole corridor as a whole. And these are the benefits of what we are doing. I have heard exactly what you have heard. So this is the time to clear that, okay? When you're talking about housing and pipeline, I know that you're going to discuss the pipeline analysis. Again, this is the time we clear that 35,000 or 31,000 units that is in the pipeline is not real, okay? It's important that we say it's not going to happen because a lot of people just pick that 31,000. And so this is the time we say that we think that, I don't know, it may be 7,000 that could happen within the next 5 years that we think is realistic. So we still need to make more housing and make a distinguish between the projects that are in the pipeline and the project that really could be permit and are at permit stage. Even some of them that, frankly, I call permit stage when they are actively DPS is working on them. If it hasn't been submitted to DPS, still, I think that it's in the design process. It could still not be built. Some projects sit and they may not even send it to permit. So it's important, it's our chance to discuss that. And the other thing that I do not know if you have time, you could take it or not take it, is the outreach in the master plan that, some people say that we didn't get it and we didn't receive it, we didn't have time. I think it is time to show again that your outreach process and how extensive it is, if you have time and, just something idea. That's it, thank you.
That's really helpful. And one thing I would also add that I'd like to include in our presentation is in recognition that October is Community Planning Month. And I will plan to take a second to show the value that our staff and the work that they do has on communities in more ways than people see just in a master plan or our review of a development application.
True, and you could include that when you talk about the Planning Academy, because they're all related. So when you talk about Planning Academy, don't just stop.
Sure.
Make it a bigger, and this is one example that we just initiated.
Yeah, please, my other board members.
Yeah, just a few very quick thoughts. I think all these topics sound great. Thanks for showcasing a lot of the good work that your teams have done over the past, I guess, just half year. Starting with parks, I love kind of the add-on of the solar initiative. I think that, especially now when the federal government is pulling back so much with the subsidies, the tax credits, just, in general, their active hostility to climate initiatives and climate action, I think showcasing what we can do locally is going to be hugely important. And for the council to understand that there's all these opportunities parks and planning potentially can take on, including, more solar panels on parkland, maybe even a little bit of detail about what agrivoltaics could mean for the county as well, whether it's on parkland or elsewhere. All of those things are for the better. And I think kind of showcasing that more and more and kind of speaking to that in these public settings will be helpful not only for council, but also just for residents to understand that, like, we're not entirely powerless here when it comes to taking action on a local level. So I think that sounds great. On the planning side, just briefly to build off of what Commissioner Pedoeem said with the pipeline, I'll just put in a quick plug for how I know we talked about this with the pipeline conversation we had last week, but when we communicate this to the full council, I think it would be helpful for us to still avoid referring to the subset of pipeline units as permit ready that have gone through full entitlement process. Because as we talked about, getting fully entitled doesn't necessarily mean they can go straight to DPS and pull a permit. They may not have the financing, they may not have their final engineering design, they may not have X, Y, and Z. There's a million reasons why it's not technically permit ready. And I even though we've sort of, the initial analysis shows that it's roughly 14 or 15,000 units that have gone through full entitlement, I don't want people to get the misunderstanding that all of those units are ready to go to DPS and start construction today, because many of those are still many years away. So just something to think about there. And as I've been talking, I think I lost track of the third thing I was going to say, so I'll just cut it off there and see if anyone else has more questions.
Commissioner Hedrick.
Yeah, this is another example of where it's good to work with bright people, because they covered everything that I want to make sure and Josh covered everything I wanted to cover. I did just want to reiterate, I think the solar is good for all the reasons that Commissioner Linden mentioned, and I think it's good to get out ahead of some of that, some of those issues as we have the time and we're before the council that we're moving on some things, independently. And I think that's good to get out in front of them and let them know that. The other things too on the corridor planning, sort of what Commissioner Pettaway said, same thing, to know that what we're doing with corridor planning is a complement to our ongoing projects and process and programs and everything. And then additionally, that I one of the things that we're trying to do with the pipeline is make it more clear when things are ready to be built and when housing is ready to come online. And I think it's a good point to say, we know what we mean by permit ready, but I think it's a worthwhile endeavor to think about ways to describe them as, through our planning process, or planning has completed their, reviews or something like that, so that we're saying, our purpose of it, we've gone through our regulatory requirements and given them the go ahead, but they're not necessarily, kind of shovel ready at this point.
Okay.
And other than that, I think it's good program. Good presentation.
Great. Commissioner Bartley.
I'm very well pleased with the topics that they're going to be presenting before the county council, and it's evident that both directors have done their homework and are in an excellent position to advocate for the county residents. Thanks.
Well, thank you, Director Sartori and Deputy Director Darren Fichet, with your thoughts. Thank you for having us to give our input. And yeah, we're looking forward to the semi-annual in, what is it, October 7th? It's October 7th. So thank you. This ends this presentation. We'll just take a couple-minute break. 2-minute break, not just a couple, and start our next item, which is item 7, special appropriation to the fiscal year operating budget, Clarksburg to Montgomery Village Corridor Transportation Study, where staff is recommending approval. Thank you. Good morning. We're on item number 7, special appropriation to the fiscal year 26 operating budget, Clarksburg to Montgomery Village Corridor Transportation Study for $100,000, where staff is recommending approval. And this morning, we have Carl Morgan and Alex Rixey here to present this item. Welcome.
Thank you. Yes, so this morning, again, I'm Carl Morgan, Special Projects and Policy Manager in the Management Services Division with Montgomery Planning, and I'm accompanied today by Alex Rixey. He's the Acting Multimodal Transportation Planning Supervisor in the Transportation Planning Division, and we're here to discuss an amendment to the FY26 operating budget for Montgomery Planning that was initiated by the County Council to fund work identified in the Master Plan of Highways and Transitways. The funding included in this special appropriation is earmarked for a transportation corridor study between Clarksburg and Montgomery Village, and the amount of the special appropriation is $100,000. The source of it being Montgomery County General Fund reserves rather than those of the Commission. Before getting into the discussion, I'd like to run through just a brief timeline of how we got here. So leading up to the April 29th of this year, the Planning Department and the Planning Board were reviewing a technical update of the Master Plan of Highways and Transitways. The 2025 technical update included a recommendation to study the transportation corridor between Clarksburg and Germantown. The Planning Board draft was transmitted to the County Council on April 29. On July 21st, the County's Council's Transportation and Environment Committee made a recommendation to extend the study area to Montgomery Village. They also added language to include the feasibility and timeline of implementing planned and existing master plan transportation improvements. A week later, on July 29, the full council reviewed the T&E committee's recommendations, and they approved the 2025 technical update of the Master Plan of Highways and Transitways, and it included the recommendation for the study between Germantown and now Montgomery Village. During the same council session, the council also introduced the special appropriation for $100,000 that would accompany their action to fund the transportation study. The lead sponsor of the resolution was Marilyn Balcom, and the co-sponsors included Andrew Friedson and Don Lutke. So that brings us to today to discuss the appropriation with the board. The land use code that governs the budget amendments for the commission mentioned that the commission's budget may be amended by the county council or at the request of the commission. Because this amendment was initiated by the county council, you have the opportunity today to make your recommendation and pass along any additional feedback to the council. As the board discusses the special appropriation, it may be useful to point out a few key considerations. While the Maryland Land Use Code allows for budget amendments to be made either by the council or the commission, the county charter also outlines the process that the council uses when considering budget amendments. Their options include reviewing budget amendments as either special appropriations or supplemental appropriations to the operating budget. A special appropriation is one that is initiated by the county council and requires 7 affirmative votes by the council members. Please note that in the draft resolution in the staff report, there's a reference to 6 affirmative votes. However, the county charter was updated not too long ago, requiring the 7 votes. So I will make sure that the council staff is reminded of this so that they can update the draft resolution before it's acted on by the council and proceeds through the process. With regard to the supplemental appropriation, it does align with the Master Plan of Highways and Transitways goals. It supports the recommendations in the plan. It ensures that there's capacity for planned development, and it also advances implementation planning for master plan improvements. When it comes to the funding source, as I mentioned earlier, that the funding source is actually Montgomery County Government General Fund undesignated reserves. So that has the advantage of the fact that it's not hitting the commission's reserves, but is actually funding that Montgomery County government is transferring over to the commission. Upon approval, management services staff will continue to work with commission finance and the county finance departments to make the transfer. The special appropriation also envisions interagency coordination. So this study will be managed by the Montgomery Planning, but will be done in partnership with the Montgomery County Department of Transportation. The funding may also be used for consultant services as needed. Lastly, the state and local law require the council to hold a public hearing for a special appropriation. The council has scheduled a public hearing on September 30th at 1:30 p.m. in Rockville. And the planning board did receive one comment that was not in favor of the appropriation at this time and included a request for additional discussion. I understand that the planning board members received that in your communications packet. So I won't go into more detail on that. When it comes to next steps, those include the planning board's recommendation today, and whichever direction you all choose to go and any feedback, we'll make sure that they receive the information today. Again, I mentioned the council will be holding a public hearing on September 30th. The council's committees will then discuss on October 16th, there will be a combined meeting between the Transportation and Environment Committee and the Government Operations and Fiscal Policy Committee. And then shortly thereafter, I would imagine it typically is the next Tuesday, the council will then review the committee recommendations and take their action. At that point, we will, if it is approved, then we will work through the process of getting the funds transferred to MNC PPC, and then the study will begin upon the appropriation approval and transfer of those funds. So with that, lastly, we'd like to just reiterate that our recommendation as staff is to approve the $100,000 special appropriation to fund the Clarksburg to Montgomery Village Corridor Transportation Study. And that concludes our presentation, and we turn it over to any discussion or questions you have.
Great, great. Thank you for your detailed presentation. Could you put the recommendation slide back up,
Sure.
please? So let me just start. I am in full support of recommending to approve the $100,000 special appropriation for the fund to the Clarksburg to Montgomery Village Corridor Transportation Study for the reasons you discussed. It was approved by council. It was recommended by council for this study. It was recommended, the dollar amount was recommended and approved through council. So that's where I am on this, and I'd love to, and this study is definitely needed. So do I have any questions or comments from the other board members?
No, I think it's exciting that you're going to do a study, and when you do studies, it's in the best interest of the public and the best interest of this board in making well-informed decisions. Thanks.
I have a few questions and comments. First of all, I support this 100%. You know that I was the push behind it, so I'm 100% supported. But a couple of questions. This report needs a lot of coordination with DOT, Montgomery County DOT. I don't know if they have the staff or not. So the final analysis and recommendation, I'm hoping to be a joint agreement because I don't know what is your schedule, but I'm hoping to be in time for the Clarksburg Gateway Plan because that's important. And, we received the comments from DOT and hoping that all of those would be in agreement and coordination with the work that you guys are doing. And we get the final recommendation that everybody is in agreement that what the proposal or what the needed recommendations are. And if you have the schedule, do you have any schedule? If it is approved, you said that the county council is going to be done by, and then you have to transfer the budget. Can we have this in time to be the analysis fit the Clarksburg Gateway Plan?
For the record, David Ansbacher, Chief of the Transportation Planning Division. Just a few things there. One, we 100% agree that this study needs to be conducted jointly with MCDOT. As was mentioned, we will be the lead on the project. The funds will be transferred to our agency if they are approved. But I do envision this as being almost a co-equal project with MCDOT because the requirements, looking at whether our master plans are adequate to serve the Clarksburg area, looking at the feasibility of these projects and looking at the timeline of implementation. Those are tasks that the two agencies jointly can work on. Unfortunately, this will not be ready in time for the Clarksburg Gateway Sector Plan. We cannot meet that timeline. As you know, the public hearing for Clarksburg is today, and the work sessions with the planning board will be proceeding. I do not have a timeline yet. We are still talking that through, but at the earliest it would be completed would be in 2026 after the completion of the Clarksburg Gateway Sector Plan.
So if it's not going to be in time, and after we approve the Clarksburg Gateway Plan, maybe we need to put, I do not know how we can do that, put some language or something to incorporate the analysis of this somehow into the master plan, if that is possible, because it's essential and it is important that these two to be together. I'm really, really looking forward for this study to see how it comes out. Another comment that I have when you're working with DOT, I think it's important that you and the engineers in DOT agree on the traffic models and assumptions that we make, that we all agree, because depending on what assumptions and data you fit in, you get different results. So one of the most important things is that we are in agreement with the engineers in the planners and engineers. They agree with the assumptions and model that we use to forecast the traffic and the need or whatever. I don't know much about those modules that they're using, but I know for a fact, depending on our assumptions, the result could vary.
Well, if I could just offer a little bit clarification on some of this here. First, I just want to make sure we understand exactly what we're asking the board to do today, recognizing that if this appropriation is made by the council, then we'll come back to the board with project information, with a timeline, with a scope of work, where we can get into a lot of these types of details. I did want to clarify that the council has not appropriated this yet. They have a public hearing next Tuesday on this, and then they have a joint T&E and government operations and fiscal policy committee session scheduled for October 16th, where they'll talk about this and hopefully have a recommendation for approval, and then the full council will take it up. So we won't even know for a fact that this appropriation has been made until later this fall. So what exactly, I just wanted to ask, what are we asking the board to do today for their support of the council's resolution? So they're not,
Yes.
You're not approving this or adding it in any way to our budget. You're just voicing your support if you approve.
I understand, but assuming that this goes, that's what I'm discussing, especially for the Clarksburg Mass Gateway Plan, that assuming this is going to go ahead, is it going to be able to fit? And that's important. So that's my opportunity to discuss it.
Sure, and I would say too, when we get into the Clarksburg Gateway Plan work sessions, if there are moments where you think that, this study could shed some light that would be helpful, we can have a conversation in the context of the plan work session then too.
Other comments, questions from the board?
Just to say that I really support this study for all the reasons you've talked about, for the reasons Commissioner Pettaway mentioned. We'll get into, as the Director Sartori mentioned, we'll get into issues around the scope and other things, and kind of overall goals and future deliverables we hope may come out of this, or project ideas that may come out of this. But I think, not to kind of put the cart before the horse, I do think a key element to come out of this study should focus on feasibility, the feasibility piece of existing planned projects in master plans. There's so much uncertainty today around federal dollars, around rising construction costs, around just shifting county priorities in general. And I think getting a clear understanding about not just the feasibility, but over what period of time some of the very good ideas for projects that we've talked about in the past may or may not occur, I think that'll be a hugely helpful outcome, among others, including potentially other project ideas, interim ideas, other things that can kind of support travel needs while we wait for larger investments to come through. So that's, just wanted to note that that's on my mind as one potential good thing that can come out of this. Yeah, very supportive of the overall effort, and look forward to getting into more details around the scope if and when this is approved by us and then by council. So thank you.
Yeah, great. So hearing no other questions or comments, I'd like to, is there a recommendation to, a motion to recommend approval of the special appropriation of $100,000 to the fund, to fund the Clarksburg to Montgomery Village Transportation Study?
I move for the approval of the special appropriation fund for Clarksburg to Montgomery Village Corridor Transportation Study.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 The ayes have it, 5-0. Thank you. We look forward to council approving this and then moving forward with the study that's so needed. Thank you. So we're going to take just a 2-minute break and start on our next item, which is item number 8, Viva White Oak, provisional adequate public facilities for development districts, where staff is recommending approval with conditions and transmittal to the planning board opinion to the county council. Thank you. Good morning and welcome back. We're on item number 8, Viva White Oak Provisional Adequate Public Facilities for Development District Number APF 202602, where staff is recommending approval with conditions and transmittal of the Planning Board opinion to the County Council. And this morning we have Emily Tettelbaum with the Planning Department presenting this item. Welcome.
Good morning, Planning Board members. For the record, I am Emily Tettelbaum with the East County Division, here to present the provisional APF for a development district application for Viva White Oak. Staff is recommending approval of the provisional APF for the proposed Viva White Oak Development District. You all should be familiar with Viva White Oak because you approved applications to help move it forward earlier this year. As you recall, the project will have a transformational impact on eastern Montgomery County and will create a significant amount of new housing and jobs. However, this former industrial property is not only large, but it lacks most required infrastructure, and it has significant environmental issues. There are very costly public improvements that are needed to move the project forward. So to help fund the public infrastructure, the applicant, MCB Real Estate, has partnered with the county executive to request the creation of a tax increment financing, TIF district, as well as a development district as required by Chapter 14 of the County Code. The application before you today is a very unusual one, but it is one step in the larger process required to create a development district and to issue TIF bonds for the Viva infrastructure. So for this presentation, I'm going to go through a few slides to refresh your memory about the project before I discuss the provisional APF approval application that's before you today. So the Viva White Oak property is located west of Cherry Hill Road with Industrial Parkway to the northwest, Washington Adventist Hospital directly north, and the FDA campus directly south. Paint Branch Stream Valley Park is located to the west. The approximately 279-acre property consists of the Perconti site, which is currently a sand and gravel mining operation and concrete recycling facility, and Site 2 here, which is a former WSSC facility. Both properties have been altered significantly from their natural state by prior industrial use. Most of the property is within the area encompassed by the 2014 White Oak Science Gateway Master Plan, except for a very small area of the property right here that crosses into Prince George's County. The West Farm tributary of the Paint Branch bisects the property right here from north to south, and there are areas of wetland and forests on the property. FDA Boulevard, which you can see here, currently provides access between Cherry Hill Road and the FDA gate right here. So a brief history of the project. A general development agreement was signed between the county and the owner of the Perconti mining site in 2016 to facilitate a joint redevelopment of the properties. And the GDA envisioned the redevelopment of these properties as a world-class bio, life science, and research community as envisioned in the White Oak Science Gateway Master Plan. Earlier this year, the board approved an amendment to the preliminary plan that was originally approved in 2019 for the public roads and a new sketch plan for the project. The sketch plan approved over 12 million square feet of mixed-use development, up to half of which may be residential uses. And the sketch plan contains a variety of uses, including retail, restaurant, multifamily, hotel, office, townhouses, and a co-located minimum 9-acre school and park site. The preliminary plan amendment approved the 3 public roads, Viva White Oak Way, a realignment of FDA Boulevard and Road B5 between FDA Boulevard and a road adjacent to Adventist Hospital. Subsequent preliminary and site plan approvals will be required prior to any vertical development. So this is definitely not your only bite at the apple here. You will be seeing a lot more of this application, in addition to reviewing adequate public facilities in the future for the vertical development. So, diving into the application before you today, as I mentioned earlier, the former industrial properties have virtually no existing infrastructure, and since it'll be so costly to move the project forward to provide the infrastructure, the developer has partnered with the county to propose tax increment financing, or TIF, to help fund the improvements. A TIF is a tool used to finance infrastructure within a defined area through the issuance of bonds that get repaid by the future increase in incremental tax revenue that will be generated by the development or redevelopment of properties within the area. For the county, the defined area for TIF is known as a development district under Chapter 14 of the county code. With the creation of a development district, the county can levy special assessments, taxes, or issue bonds payable from special assessments, taxes, fees, or charges. With a TIF, the developer has to commit to the payment of bonds through a special tax levy if the incremental tax revenues do not cover the bond interest and principal payments. And so taxpayers outside of this development or TIF district do not contribute to paying off the TIF bonds. The onus is not on taxpayers outside the district. So with the approval of the TIF district, the county council authorizes the maximum amount of bonds that can be issued over the life of the project. TIF bonds can be issued in phases that coordinate with the timing of public infrastructure, and the council has to take a vote before issuance of each phase of the bonds. So the process for creation of a development district involves the council, county executive, and the planning board. It's a 4-step process. The first step has been completed. The council has approved a resolution to begin the process of determining if a development district should be created. And we're on step 2 here, where the provisional adequate public facility approval for the district is approved by the planning board. That's what we're looking at in this application. We're just looking at the provisional adequate public facilities. The county executive, after the planning board issues a resolution, the executive will submit a fiscal analysis of the proposed development district and the TIF to the council, after which time the council will hold a public hearing, another public hearing, and vote on the establishment of the development district and the TIF.
So number 3 depends on number 2. So the fiscal analysis depends on the public facilities that is being recommended in this provision.
Yes, that will be taken into account
Okay,
in the fiscal
thank you.
analysis. So again, the planning board's role is to determine what public facilities are necessary to serve the development district. And this is the development district shown in the map on the right with the red outline. This was an attachment to the staff report. So the planning board can conditionally approve the application before you if it finds that the proposed development district satisfies that APF requirements of the subdivision code, Chapter 50, and any added requirements that apply to a district under the current growth and infrastructure policy. The board must also list the infrastructure improvements needed to meet the applicant's APF requirements in the development district. Since we only have a limited amount of time this morning, I want to note that the board does not need to determine the source of the financing for the facilities or make a determination of what should or should not be funded by the TIF. The county executive is responsible for the fiscal analysis, and the council will make the decision about what goes in the TIF. So before we dive more into discussing the public facilities, it's important to understand the local area transportation improvement program, or LATIP. for the master plan area, which is unique to the White Oak Science Gateway master plan. The geographic boundaries for the lay tip are shown in the map on the right, which is from the GIP that was most recently updated last year. Because Viva White Oak is within the lay tip area, the project is not subject to the county's normal local area transportation review. Instead, for development within this area, the applicants must pay a fee to the county based on the number of trips a proposed project will generate, or an applicant may implement lay tip improvements as a credit applied towards the required fee. So the applicant is proposing to construct 3 improvements of intersections that are listed in the lay tip. The application included what the intersections are, but not any of the actual designs. Designs are being worked out between the applicant and various state and county agencies. The intersections are shown on the map in the red boxes here. And as noted in the staff report, the lay tip designs for the intersections are not consistent with the bicycle master plan and the complete streets design guide. And staff does recommend the bicycle master plan and complete street facilities be incorporated into the intersection improvements to the extent feasible during the design. And these intersections can potentially be credited towards the project's lay tip fees. So now I'll briefly go through the public facility recommendations, beginning with the transportation infrastructure. So the Viva White Oak circulation network is anchored by 3 master plan public roads: FDA Boulevard, which will be realigned from the current configuration, Viva White Oak Way, and Road B5, which are all necessary to provide access into the development. And the design of these roads was approved earlier this year with the preliminary plan amendment. Road B5 will connect to the property to Plum Orchard Drive via Healing Way, which is a private road adjacent to the hospital. FDA Boulevard will continue to provide access to the FDA campus, and Viva White Oak Way will connect with Industrial Parkway to the northwest. Bike lanes and sidewalks will be provided along FDA Boulevard and Viva White Oak Way, and Road B5 includes a shared use path that connects with the hospital. A 2-way bikeway is also required along the property's Cherry Hill Road frontage, and those improvements were also approved with the preliminary plan. So while not discussed in the report, we have heard some feedback, received some correspondence about BRT as it relates to this project. And while the Phase 2 of the US 29 BRT is one of the county's highest priorities, it is very high capital and operating costs, and as such is not part of the lay tip. The Phase 2, though, of this BRT is completing the 35% design phase, and you all should see a mandatory referral submitted for the design in a few months. Phase 2 is not funded for final design or construction at this point. Since it's so costly, construction funding, will need to be provided from a variety of federal, state, and local sources. And it is likely beyond the scope of the lay tip or the TIF that's in front of the council right now. However, we are recommending adding a condition for the council to consider funding Phase 2 through the final design of the Phase 2 BRT. So moving on to schools, the White Oak Science Gateway Master Plan recommends an elementary school site dedication with Viva White Oak, and that is going to be dedicated through the preliminary plan. The preliminary school analysis that we conducted is based on 938 townhouses and 3,470 multifamily units. just to be clear, though, there will be another schools analysis when any preliminary plan comes forward that includes residential development. But we wanted to do a preliminary schools analysis to see what the impact would be based on the current enrollment projections. So just keep that in mind here. So the analysis did show that a new elementary school will likely be needed on the Viva White Oak property, as envisioned in the master plan. We did the normal school test that we do. We also assessed the potential capacity need for each school level using the MCPS methodology. So that's how we determined that a new elementary school would be needed, and that a high school addition at Paint Branch will likely be needed as well. At this time, the middle school capacity at Briggs Cheney looks adequate, but again, enrollment projections are updated every year, so this may change in the future. So the White Oak Science Gateway Master Plan recommends creating a public local park on Viva White Oak. This is an image from the sketch plan, and you can see the location of the public park here, which is co-located with the elementary school site. This general location was established already with the sketch and preliminary plans. Integrating the local park into the heart of this community as a central multifunctional space is a very important part of ensuring that this new development functions as a complete community. We think it's a vital part of the infrastructure for this project. Construction of the park is strongly supported by the county's general plan, Thrive, and the county's Parks, Recreation, and Open Space Plan. The nearest existing park is about a mile away from the development and will not meet the needs of this community. So staff recommends that this park be delivered with the adjacent townhouse community, which is here and consists of, right now the count is over 900 units, as I mentioned, which will likely be constructed in the early phase of the development.
Can I ask one quick question on that? I know it's probably hard to, I don't know if you've heard much from the applicant on this yet. You mentioned that the townhome community is supposed to be delivered early. Do we expect it to be delivered before the multifamily buildings, which are also in the same area?
The applicant's attorney is shaking his head yes, I think, but I'll let him speak to that if I may.
Okay.
Is it okay if we learn
Yeah.
about it through when the applicant speaks, but make sure but if you
Totally, yeah, definitely. Yeah, this can definitely wait. My question is, I guess, trying to get at the idea of like, whichever phase of the development we expect to happen first, perhaps there's a way to phrase it where we expect the park to be delivered in the early phase, whether that's with multifamily or the townhomes, just to make sure, because ultimately, the multifamily community will have, about 4 to 5 times as many units as the townhome community. If that ends up being before the townhome community, it'd be nice to sort of also provide those residents with an early park as well, so they can benefit from it.
Yeah, and that is something that we discussed, and we're actually going to talk about a revision to the recommendation we have towards the end of the PowerPoint, so we can talk about the wording of that, I think, at that time. But I think that's a good point, and we've definitely discussed that. We've done a lot of wordsmithing of this recommendation over the last few days, but we can certainly look at it again.
Thanks, that sounds good.
Okay, so moving on to other public facility needs. As detailed in the report, there are new water and sewer mains that are needed to serve the project, in addition to augmentation of existing water and sewer mains in the vicinity. The Fire and Rescue Department identified a potential need for a new work site that could be located somewhere on the property. They're looking for 10,000 to 15,000 square foot space that could be developed potentially through a public-private partnership, and they're somewhat flexible about the location and mentioned that it could be in a public parking garage or something similar. The other public facilities that we looked at are adequate to serve the development. So the application satisfied the submittal and noticing requirements. We did receive correspondence from quite a few civic association, citizen association, and council member Mink's office. Councilmember Mink's office submitted the letter requesting information about a few aspects of Viva White Oak, including the lay tip. Details about the 3 lay tip intersection improvements were not included with this application, but the applicant did submit lay tip fee estimates that are included with the staff report. The letter also inquired about transportation projects that would potentially be beneficial for area mobility, including those not part of the lay tip. Our response is that the lay tip was developed to capture all the necessary improvements for redevelopment within this master plan area. However, given that the lay tip was last updated in 2019, it would be appropriate to update it soon. Regarding the local high schools, our preliminary analysis, as I mentioned, suggests that a high school addition may be needed in the future at Paint Branch High School. And finally, the letter requested that the board comment on the feasibility of including the public park in the TIF. As I mentioned, we think the park is a critical part of this project's infrastructure to create a complete community. And funding through the TIF is probably the best way to ensure that it's constructed in a timely manner. However, we do not have the information necessary to determine the feasibility of including the park in the TIF. That information will be included with the county executive's fiscal analysis before the council. They've been diligently working on this fiscal analysis and will continue to work on it based on the planning board's recommendations. So in terms of
I do like what she's suggesting, though, just to tell you that.
In terms of the rest of the citizens' correspondence, there was generally support for the project and the TIF, but there were several concerns about road capacity and that the lay tip may not be sufficient to mitigate Viva's transportation impacts. We heard that in several letters. But as discussed in the staff report, and I just mentioned, the lay tip is intended to replace the typical intersection evaluation for all the developments within this policy area. And the growth and infrastructure policy that was adopted last year states that the board can approve a subdivision within the White Oak lay tip area that's conditioned on participation in the lay tip. So that's the current policy that controls the planning board's review of the transportation APF.
But does that mean that, I don't understand, I hear that that's the current policy, but does that mean that the transportation proposed in LA tip is enough? How do we, because we don't do a transportation analysis to see if that takes care of the, additional transportation. Usually we do it when a development comes, but in
Right.
here we don't do it. So how do we know is enough?
Well, so for the lay tip, and I think we have Andrew Bossy from DOT hopefully on the phone, but I'll take a stab at this first. So the transportation study was done assuming 100% build out of all the developments in the White Oak Science Gateway Master Plan area. So that's what the lay tip was based on. So instead of doing a project by project analysis for each development as it comes in this area, the idea was to do a large study of the whole master plan area, the whole vicinity, and establish the needed infrastructure based on that.
Yeah, but the master plan was done a few years ago and is a master plan. How realistic is that?
Thanks for the question. Carrie Sanders for the record, East County Division Chief. So I know that this is a unique thing we're bringing before you. It is a little different than what you typically see. because the 2014 master plan had a different approach where it basically at that time looked at transportation and established these projects, that's what we have to work from today. That's what you have before you today. But I will add that there is an opportunity to update that list, and that's something that the county executive has asked for. I know the county council staff is looking at that update. But what we have before us today is only what the list is now and what's been adopted. We can't sort of, I guess, project out, but we are supportive of updating that LATIP program. We think that's a good idea. And we understand that that type of update is a pretty robust process, and so it will take a little bit of time, but we would support that.
No, but is that, because as you said, 2014, it's 2025.
Right.
A lot of things have
We
changed.
understand.
Yeah.
And one
So-
thing that I think can help you understand too is like I know we have I see Andrew Bossi's here, that's great. And I'll turn over to him, but we will have transportation staff reviewing each of these applications. So they'll be looking, like as we get a site plan or a preliminary plan for this development district area, there'll still be a lot of deep analysis as to what that does for the transportation. So
That's
that-
not my concern. I understand
Yeah.
they do that. The concern is that, is it going to be done in time to be included in TIF? Because right now, that's what we are doing.
So it
okay?
is not going to be done in time.
So
to-
then
yeah.
how could we say that this is going to be enough when they put it in TIF? Because our job is to do this provisional adequate public facility, and we cannot say that if the transportation is that we are proposing is enough, because they're making the TIF now. So it's important we have it.
Why don't we do this? Why don't we finish the presentation, okay? And then we will we have some public testimony, and then we have public testimony. Are we on? Oh, yeah, we'll have public testimony, and the applicant can talk through, then we'll go through all of these questions. So all good questions, but just keep
I
them.
think I just have a slide and a half left.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so a few of the emails we received discussed a proposal for a 4-corridor integrated BRT route, and we agree that increasing transit in this area is very important. And we are recommending that the council explore funding the complete design of the Phase 2 US 29 BRT. With this report, or it's not in the report, but I do have a slide about it. Oh, I do have more than a slide and a half, I'm sorry. I'll go through them quickly, though. Finally, we also had a few requests to add specific improvements to the infrastructure requirement list, including bike lanes along Cherry Hill Boulevard and turn lanes at specific intersections. We have recommended that the Cherry Hill bike lane project, aside from the property frontage, but beyond that, being added to the LATIP, but any changes to LATIP or improvements implemented with LATIP funds will be determined by DOT. So we have a few revisions. Most of these are at the request of the applicant team to make some clarifications. So first, we're recommending that we just add the total sketch plan approved density to the kind of preamble paragraph, and adding a footnote to define what the applicant, who the applicant is. This is language that we include in most of our reports and resolutions. This is the recommendation number 4 that Commissioner Linden, I think, was referring to, and we had done some wordsmithing with the applicant and landed on this language about connecting the park with the adjacent townhouse development because of the adjacency and the kind of feasibility of building them at the same time. We think that makes a lot of sense. But we can talk further about that. The changes in number 5 are just to remove some commas that are not needed and confuse the condition a bit. We're removing a footnote that was just kind of clarifying language, but really is not necessary here. And then we are adding our recommendation for the council to consider funding the US 29 Phase 2 BRT project through final design. And then finally, we are just clarifying in the last paragraph on page 9 that the infrastructure is really listed in items number 1 to 10 instead of 1 to 12, and that it be implemented by the applicant who is defined in the footnote that we added to a previous paragraph. And that concludes my presentation. We are recommending approval of the provisional APF for the Development District with the infrastructure and recommendations and revisions that are included in the staff report. And I know you all have questions, so we're happy to hear them. And I think the applicant wanted to make a brief
Well,
presentation.
let me, before we have some public testimony, we have 3 groups here today. The first is Daniel Wilhelm with the Greater Colesville Citizens Association. Mr. Wilhelm, will you come on up? After that is Barry Widneys from the North White Oak Civic Association. And then lastly is Shayna Davis Cook with the Friends of White Oak. Could all 3 come up, please?
Is the chair okay if we stay up?
Yes, please. Mr. Wilhelm, you have, was it 5 minutes? 6 minutes. Please announce yourself and start. Thank you.
Thank you for allowing me to testify. I'm Dan Wilhelm. I'm president of Greater Colesville Citizens Association, also a director of LabQuest. Both of these associations strongly support the development of the Viva White Oak development and support the use of the TIF to help finance the needed infrastructure. Both groups support the projects identified in the staff report, but the report does not address all the projects needed to support Viva White Oak. We urge the board to identify all the projects needed to support the independent of funding sources. Some of them would be with TIF, some of them would be CIP. We think the council can sort out which project goes where, and also there's a timing issue. This is going to be a 10, 15-year project, and they all don't need to be done day one. Actually, what the applicant proposes for phase 1 of TIF makes sense, and we support that, but they haven't addressed what's going in phase 2, and some of the stuff can go into phase 2. Also, on just to answer, deviate a little bit on the LATIP, I was involved in that. That was done to the council and with no public input from anybody. You know, it went directly to the council and they enacted on it. And if you read an update from 2019, it says public input could change some of the stuff, and also there's a lot of improvements, changes with policy, county policy that cause updates to stuff. Anyway, moving on back to my testimony. The planning staff projects focused on roads, bikes, and sidewalk improvements and only addressed transit as indicated in the 2017 LATIP, which a lot of those things are, some of those things are dated. Bikeways and sidewalks are important, but they only provide mobility for short distances. Road improvements and transit facilities are needed to move large numbers of people longer distance into and out of Viva White Oak. There are 2 roads that access Viva White Oak, US 29 and Cherry Hill Road. Both these roads today are at capacity or congested, and a very large Viva White Oak project will overwhelm them with traffic if major people-moving projects are not added. Both groups support the staff and the MCB proposed intersection improvements at US 29. Road improvements will help, but they will still be far short of the need. The LATIP ride-on projects will also help, but they are still short of what's needed. We proposed a transit capacity, and I had staff provide you a diagram of what we're proposing. It ties 4 BRT routes, which are in your master plans, together. One is US 29 Blue Carter, which exists, and we're not proposing changing that. 2 is the existing Orange Carter, which exists, obviously, but I'll modify it and have it come through between Briggs Cheney and White Oak have it go through the life sciences, which includes Viva White Oak. 3 is the Randolph Road Corridor, which is needed to get people east-west, and that corridor would be extended into the life sciences. And then the last one is the planned BRT, which is currently being studied, and these corridors together will provide north, south, and west directions. 2 of the BRT corridors, Orange and Randolph, would be routed through the Life Science Center and White Oak activity centers, which would include Viva White Oak. Key stations would include a lot of, for Viva White Oak, housing. This remains to be determined, but like the housing, conference center, and commercial. The White Oak Medical Center, which, by the way, needs to be expanded, which is outside the scope of what we're talking about. FDA, there's a lot of high-density housing, a lot of number of high-rises and a lot of garden apartments in the area. And Montgomery College is a minimum. The education center exists, and probably the new campus, which will be going there. GCC and LabQuest request the planning board to urge the council to fund DOT to undertake an alternative study to address this proposal. We also got 5 additions, one of which the staff just talked about. One is to add turn lanes at Cherry Hill and Broadbirch and at Calverton per the LATIP. 2 is rebuild the bridge on Paint Branch, improve the Old Columbia Pike per the alternative that you guys looked at a few weeks ago, alternative 3. This will help also with the BRT. The third thing is more of a clarification, is I think the confusion of those intersections. They talk about Old Columbia, or they talk about US 29. Really, Old Columbia and 29 need to be considered one intersection with Tech Road and Industrial Parkway, and it probably needs to be clarified so staff doesn't look at one and ignore the other. We also support as part of the work that being phase 1, what the developer will do is they provide bikeways between Industrial Parkway at 29 on Industrial Parkway between Old Columbia and Tech Roads, and to provide the bike, while they're tearing up the road, let's do everything at one time. And the last thing is the BRT phase 2 on 29, which staff talked about. So that's probably too much money for the TIF, but it should be funded for CIP, and maybe some of the other transit stuff I talked about should be CIP as proposed, not transit.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wilhelm, for your comments. Next is Barry Wittes. I'm sure I wanted to pronounce your name properly so I can. Yeah.
Sure. Thank you very much, Chairman. Name is Barry Wittes, President of the North White Oak Civic Association, and I represent about 500 families living in the area bounded by US 29, New Hampshire Avenue, and Jackson Road, and the Paint Branch Park. I also served as a member of the Friends of White Oak Committee for several years. Our civic association is the closest civic association exclusively in Montgomery County that is within a half a mile of the boundaries of Viva White Oak on the south west side. Given our neighbors' proximity to the proposed development, we're particularly impacted by the traffic impacts of Viva White Oak. We support in concept the development of the Viva White Oak, but we do have significant concerns about what we believe needs still to be done to address potential traffic impacts, given that we believe that the TIF bond could pay potentially for a portion, if not all, of the improvements of these intersections that we've been talking about and that the planning board staff noted in their presentation. And we fully concur with Councilmember Mink's letter in which she recommends that the planning board clearly list for the public what the proposed improvements are to the transportation infrastructure, how much the developer will eventually pay in LATIP fees, credits for the project and what key improvements will not be completed by MCB, but which would be beneficial for the functioning of the transportation system within and near the master plan area. I'm quoting there from Councilmember Mink's letter to the Planning Board. It was my understanding, having participated in the county council hearings on the consideration of the development district and the TIF, that the planning board would actually do some analysis of actual public facility needs, both in Montgomery County and nearby adjacent, like within 100 feet of the project, Prince George's County, and in particular, the intersection of Cherry Hill Road and Powder Mill Road. I've been a civic association president for 25 years. I know all the local civic associations, and I've testified now 3 times, this will be the 4th time, in favor of the project, but with the caveats that I just mentioned. And everywhere I go, people say to me, how could you possibly support a project that doesn't have anywhere near sufficient road capacity, given that it's bounded on 2 sides, one side by the FDA, the Paint Branch, and the U.S. Army. There's only 2 ways in and out of this. One is on to 29, and the other is onto Cherry Hill Road. And I say to people, I am hopeful that the planning board will do its job, which is to do planning. And I don't believe that relying on adequate public facility ordinance is part of what council expected this board to do. I think Councilmember Mink's letter articulates it very clearly, and the fact that the LATIP does not even cover or contemplate the impacts on Prince George's County, and this is at the border. You should go there and see it. You're like 100 feet from the Prince George's County border there. And to not consider that, being that this is a bi-county created agency, the planning board, it just seems logical that you move beyond just consideration of the LATIP and assume that that is sufficient. I agree with the planning board staff that report is woefully out of date based on data that's anywhere from 12 to 15 years old. And we're dealing with a portion of roadway, particularly US 29, that is notorious for being amongst the worst traffic corridors in the county, which would only get worse if you take away lanes on 29, which is for another day's discussion. But the assumptions that were made in the LATIP for the 2 intersections that were mentioned, US 29 and Industrial Boulevard and US 29 and Tech Road, and as Dan said, you know, all sort of comes together 10 feet away at Old Columbia Pike. The planning, the LATIP studies just do not make sense. And the recommendations that are made are not nearly sufficient to address the real problem that needs to be addressed here. So I would ask that the planning board do what I believe the council expects it to do, which is do more analysis of the transportation needs so that when the council takes up the TIF, they have the data that they need to decide how to size the TIF, how much money should be issued in the TIF to cover the public infrastructure, including the ingress and egress to Viva on either Cherry Hill Road or US 29. And so I believe that and our civic and the neighbors who talk to me believe that that is really what some of the TIF money should go for. Dave Bramble testified, sitting right next to me at the county council public hearing in July, and said to the planning board, or to the council, that a project will generate $62 million of revenues to the county at build-out. And I've asked the county executive's office for projections of how we could defease the cost of both the road improvements and all the on-site infrastructure, and come up with a plan that, you know, would be palatable to the neighbors who, of course, are thinking about how do you accommodate 4,500 additional units and 12 million square feet of office space. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your testimony. And next is Shana Davis Cook.
Good morning, Chair Harris and members of the Planning Board. My name is Shana Davis Cook, and I reside in the Hillendale community which is located within the White Oak Science Gateway Master Plan area. I'm here today on behalf of the Friends of White Oak, of which I have been a member since its inception in 2017, and I am really excited to finally be here to speak in support of this application. Friends of White Oak are a 501c3 nonprofit organization committed to realizing the full vision of the White Oak Science Gateway Master Plan. The Friends of White Oak strongly support the Viva White Oak development, which is not only a long overdue investment for the East County, it is a transformative opportunity for the entire county. We recognize that this project cannot be achieved without a massive investment of public infrastructure, and that approval of this provisional adequate public facilities application is a crucial step to making sure that the development district can be approved to allow bonds to be issued to pay for the needed public infrastructure. The developer has shown that they are committed to transparency and a collaborative process, and we appreciate their efforts to partner with our organization to engage with the community, ensuring that they meet both the current and future residents' needs. But let me be clear. Although we acknowledge that there are legitimate concerns related to traffic surrounding the development site, we appreciate that the county has made a policy decision to plan for traffic improvements for the White Oak Science Gateway Master Plan area in a comprehensive way. The LATIP approach provides flexibility for adjustments to the proposed intersection improvements, which we understand will be necessary to address the insufficient existing Route 29 right-of-way to allow for the originally proposed intersection adjustments. It is important that the community has an opportunity to weigh in on these important concerns. But in order to maintain the project's current momentum, we ask that the planning staff assess updated traffic data as the interim and final conditions are evaluated. Public input can still be considered following creation of the development district, allowing the project timeline to remain intact. In closing, the Friends of White Oak urge the Planning Board to approve the adequate public facilities application so that the development district for Viva White Oak can be approved before the end of this calendar year, allowing desperately needed retail to be delivered to the White Oak community by fall of 2028. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Now we'll have the applicant provide their, any remarks they want to make. And hopefully, in your remarks, can you address some of the, or all of the comments that you know, best grouping the comments that you've heard and here today and in some of the written testimony. Thank you.
All right. Good morning, Chair Harris and honorable members of the Planning Board. My name is Teresa Stegman, and I'm a Vice President of Development and Structured Finance with MCB Real Estate here on behalf of the applicant, MCB White Oak Developer. I'm also here with my counsel, Scott Wallace with Miles and Stockbridge. So we are grateful and excited to be here today in support of our application for provisional adequate public facilities approval for the Viva White Oak development. And I want to thank everyone up here for your testimony and input, which we greatly value. So first, we want to thank the board for your approval and feedback for the Viva White Oak sketch plan, preliminary plan, and forest conservation plan in May, where my colleague Carlos testified. Since then, we have incorporated your feedback into our leasing plan, which features a 1-acre central town square with highly amenitized program space for the entire community. And we look forward to coming back to share those plans with you. But today, we are here to ask for your approval of our provisional adequate public facilities application, which is a critical step toward the ultimate approval of the TIF and the development districts. The financing mechanism provided by these districts is absolutely essential to making the Viva White Oak vision a reality. Before a single shovel can get into the ground to build new housing, retail, and office, there is nearly $170 million of public spine infrastructure required to support the master plan roads and all the utilities within those rights-of-way, as well as gating off-site improvements and another $100 million of additional public infrastructure. It is important that upfront we consider all the substantial major infrastructure investments that will support the project's full build-out. And I want to thank the staff for their detailed and thoughtful report. I think it's worth emphasizing that given the scale, of the Viva White Oak development and the multiple phases, that this will not be the last time we come before this board to validate adequate public facilities, and that we will continue to work in concert with planning and county staff to make sure that each component of the project is being delivered responsibly and in compliance with the growth policy. There are 2 items that I'd like to briefly recognize, as we know they are of great importance to the community. First, with regards to traffic planning and transportation infrastructure, we believe the Local Area Transportation Improvement Program, or LATIP, is the right approach to ensure that roadway infrastructure is planned for holistically, not just looking at our development on its own, but considering the full build-out of other developments within the area. To address a concern that's been raised, the density approved in our sketch plan this past May is not greater than the density that was considered when the LATIP was originally established. That said, we know that the existing right-of-way cannot accommodate the planned improvements, and we are presently working with county and state transportation planners in regularly scheduled meetings to study both an interim and a final condition, and that analysis will include a full traffic study of the Route 29 intersections. We are committed to upgrading the Route 29 intersections to the highest level of pedestrian safety possible, and we are also examining ways to improve traffic flow so we can present viable options to the community, such as adding additional turn lanes. There will be opportunities for public input. As mentioned in the staff report, there will be a public open house and a public hearing on the changes we are proposing. The traffic study and public input are essential to a successful project, but it will take time to get through that process. We, as much as anyone, want to ensure that access to our site is convenient and, more importantly, safe. This process can happen concurrently with the Development District and TIF District approvals, and we look forward to continuing to work with staff and the community to follow the conditions outlined in the staff report. Secondly, we recognize the importance and the need for the 4-acre public park adjacent to the planned school site. The park will be part of the beating pulse of the Viva White Oak community and should come online by the time the townhome component is fully built out, anticipated to be sometime between 2033 and 2034. So we support staff's recommended language change to that condition to clarify that the park should be built before the final use and occupancy certificate for the townhome development. And this clarification, what it will do is help to ensure that we have multiple financing options available for the delivery of this important community asset. And to further clarify, so the townhomes and the multifamily development, those will come online in phases and sometimes at the same time. So with our retail town center, the first deliveries of the retail town center will be the retail. Very shortly after that, we'll be building mixed-use components of the town center, including apartments. And so between over, I think it's like 3 to 4 years, we have 300 to 1,200 units coming online approximately within the town center area. And then at the same time, we're going to be delivering the townhomes across the Paint Branch Valley. So all those things will roll on, and part of what we've been working on with county staff is looking at the fiscal impact report and being able to project, based on the density we're delivering and the housing we're delivering, when the increment will come online and when there will be sufficient funds to make sure that we can do all these improvements. So part of it is like we have to actually establish the market and the community and the base taxes and the increment available to make sure that we have a couple different options to fund these improvements. But the spine infrastructure, that sort of takes the wind out for the first bond issuance. So beyond what we need to incorporate those master plan roads and all the utilities, there's really not room to do additional funding until a couple of years down the road when we have that additional increment available. So hopefully that answers the question, and we really, truly, sincerely want to thank you for your consideration. Projects like Viva White Oak do not happen without collaboration across county and private sector leaders, and we look forward to coming back again before this board to share developed plans, and again, appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Steckman. Just a clarification, so you just repeat again, or to clarify, there are going to be additional studies, you said transportation studies, and and just go over the timing of those studies and how maybe the county can speak to the county representatives. How does that impact the bond issue? You know, what goes into the whole bond piece? Did that come later? I mean, so how does it all fit together? Okay.
Right. So we have regularly scheduled meetings with county transportation staff as well as with state transportation staff to validate the existing conditions for the roadways, to study traffic counts, and to see within the existing right-of-way what is feasible to bring online now, and then what we're bringing online now to make sure that that's not, you know, wasted funds, right? That you can sort of build on top of what you're providing as an interim condition. So that will all start happening now, and we're going to be working on that. And the goal is that those improvements will be done before the retail town center opens.
Yeah, but how does that affect, like, I know going out for this, you know, preparing the TIF, the amounts and stuff like that, how does these additional studies fit into that? I know you wanted to have a TIF, you know, issuance or whatever, or at least some approval, and then the first piece by a certain time. As you're doing as you're doing these studies, how does that fit into does it delay or not delay? We're trying to, you know, the
Sure.
residents, people are asking, were there adequate studies done, this and that, and then, you know, and you're saying you're going to do some more or look at some more things based on some comments. How does that fit into the whole picture?
I think the process with the ongoing study, I'm sorry, for the record, Scott Wallace with Miles and Stockbridge on behalf of MCB. The ongoing work that will be done as part of the TIF is meant to inform how TIF money will be used, but it is not meant to regulate the growth. It's not a regulator. Growth, or the development, in other words. The construction will proceed under the framework of the TIF, because you have to build some of this stuff,
right,
as you said, and it has to, particularly the spine roads. But then vertical development will proceed under your existing APF rules, which means lay tip, and for schools, really up, if there's an up requirement. I think what you've heard is, yes, maybe lay tip has deficiencies or is not functioning or it has to be updated. That can occur, and that should occur if that's the direction of the county. Broadly speaking, the county executive's office, the county council, and the planning board, as if they have a role in that as well. And so we anticipate late tip being revised, for example, and maybe there's a shift in where late tip funds will go. If that is the direction of the county, we can live within that shift. So it's two things going forward. A continuing analysis of where the TIF money should go to, and then development, though, occurring under the existing policies. Because remember, this project, you know, with the spine roads being built, this project could go forward with the payment of late tip, with the payment of an up. That's the current policy, the growth policy. And that's the framework you have to be looking at this application under.
Right.
And going beyond that is where you start you're going beyond what your role is in this process.
Okay. So what I hear you saying, you will be doing more analysis, late tip, you know, updating, whatever, prioritizing, and that's part of the whole program. Is that what I understand you're saying?
Yes, absolutely. Again, we're working with staff. We're going to be doing full traffic studies of these intersections, and we're going to be doing that planning work as we are concurrently, hopefully, if we're fortunate to make it to council, that we'll be doing all that work concurrently while we're doing the bond closing. That's a very time and intensive process. So once the council approves, again, if we're fortunate enough that they approve the TIF district and the development district this fall, from there, it's a 6-month process to get to a bond closing. And then once the bonds close, by that point, we will know what these intersection improvements are, and we're planning to fund those outside of the TIF funds as well, which may be worth noting. But again, this is all towards trying to get to our October 2028 dates, so a lot of these things can happen at the same time.
Right. And then the last is is there adequate road capacity, meaning that I think Mr. Wyde talked about were the road, the traffic from north of the site considered like from the Prince George's side considered into the LATIP analysis? I mean, no. I don't, I'm just.
I can tell you that the LATIP analysis was taking into account the full development of the Viva White Oak master plan and the densities contemplated in that master plan. Whether the study included Prince George's County, I would defer to Mr. Bossi if he's available for that.
Yeah, I see his lovely face now. I mean, there are a lot of questions related to some of the things your group, Mr. Bossi, would you like to talk about what MCDOT did and what was included and what wasn't included and how confident you are about the LATIP? Okay.
Yeah, so the LATIP is based on a 2016 analysis. It did include areas around the White Flint area, White Oak area, included traffic in Prince George's, included traffic upstream, downstream, but it only recommended actionable projects within the White Oak plan area. And of course, I mentioned the 2016 analysis date. A lot has happened since then between, of course, the pandemic. We've had the 2018 FDA master plan. This year, of course, FDA has kind of been pulled in the opposite direction. So there have been a lot of changes since that analysis. Certainly aware of that. If there's any other questions, I'm here.
Yeah, in terms of you are taking the lead and working with the applicant of any potential new studies that may have to happen?
Yes, so looking at the intersections with 29 at industrial and tech, LATIP has specific projects recommended at each that are part of the program today. Of course, the projects that were developed, especially at industrial, were very much a product of their time. 10 years later, I don't know if we'd actually want to build it. It has these channelized right turn slip lanes that we're really not building much of today. So I think there is certainly opportunity for something different, but there's a process for how that would happen. If the applicant proposes something different, basically they do an analysis. We've been working on getting the data we had back at the time. That analysis comes to the county and the state for technical review and concurrence. And if we agree this makes sense, there's a public hearing that's associated with that because it prompts a change in the program, and that has a public hearing process associated with it.
Okay, thank you. But all of that can be incorporated into the whole TIF process, I would think, yeah.
It's sort of independent of the TIF
Yeah,
process in
yeah.
the sense these are late TIP improvements.
Right.
And actually what MCB is doing is they could have just paid the money and moved on and not done these improvements. But these improvements were very important to how MCB thinks the project should function and needs to bring people in
Right.
an appropriate way. So we're accelerating the an actual improvement versus just paying the money. That happens somewhat outside of outside the TIP process, but it's kind of been folded in because of the review that you're going through.
Right.
But yes.
So they will not be paid through the.
Correct.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Great. Those are my questions. I'm seeing how do we move this project needs to move forward. There's a lot of integral, and some things will be taken care of. It's a process, and so, but I'm in supportive of staff's comments with the proposed changes, and we need to figure out how we talk about this big park public improvement and how does that go. But I want to hear some of the comments from my other board members. But I know, yes, this is not totally straightforward, but this is an iterative process kind of thing, and you got to get the thing going. Okay. Why don't you?
Yeah, first I have a question just to clarify, I think, the process and the projects that are included in the process. And because this may sort of get to, I think, maybe some of the concerns around adequacy, considering this is a multi-phase development process over many, many years, whether or not some analysis is out of date, will it be updated? So I guess my first question is for TIF specifically, and for kind of the financial analysis and then the issuing bonds for TIF specifically, is there a concrete project list that you have to first settle on before you issue the bonds? Yes, okay. And so considering that it sounds like there will be several issuances of bonds over many years, so therefore can will there be successive project lists? In other words, can there be an initial project list based on an initial analysis to facilitate the early phase development, and then will there be kind of follow-on project lists for follow-on phases that will then be kind of supported through bonds later on? And if so, those project lists can be supported theoretically by updated analysis in the future. Am I kind of accurately describing the process?
Yes. So before each bond issuance, the projections have to be rerun to look at, okay, well, what was actually built? What kind of increment is that generating today? Okay, now what's your next phase of development? How much additional increment will that generate? And is that additional increment enough to support additional bonds? Because nobody wants to be in a situation where more bonds are issued than what the project can support. Especially us, because we're on the hook if there's a shortfall. So that's generally the process. The county has a third-party reviewer, MuniCap, that helps underwrite all of these projections. And then for future project lists, we've conceptually thought about some improvements, but I will note, so for future bond issuances, it's, part of it will be supporting additional internal roads for what we're calling phase 2 of the project, or where we have the life science area and the apartment buildings. And so I do want to note that for the life science area, we do want to keep plenty of dry powder there so that the county is well positioned to recruit a large life science user or to support other components. Unfortunately, there's not an unlimited supply of bond authority and the ability to pay for these bonds. So we would like to leave some flexibility so that if a big new company comes along and wants a campus and needs public parking or additional rows or whatever it is, that y'all can attract that user.
Yeah.
Outside the TIF or inside the, what is it? But what do you mean?
When Teresa's talking, it's TIF.
Oh, okay.
I'm talking as LATIP. How about that?
Okay.
And so specific to the TIF again, do the projects themselves and the project list supported through TIF bonds have to be geographically located within the development district, or can they extend outside of the district?
So there is the ability for them to extend outside, but there has to be a tie-in to the district. So you have to make the argument that it's to facilitate transportation into the district. The way we're contemplating the sources and uses right now is that, again, the LATIP improvements would be funded separately outside of the TIF. There are the sewer upgrades and the water main upgrade. Those are covered through credits through WSSC. So really the bonds that are part of that first issuance, they really are focused on within the district.
Yeah, okay.
Can I just continue to your question? Because what he asked was exactly my question. I'm still a little bit unclear about the TIF. For each bond issue, do they get community comments? Is community involved anytime that there is a bond issue? And is there a priority of order of the projects that would be done first with the first bond issue or the second bond issue or third or whatever it takes? And who and how it is decided which projects would go in TIF, which project would be built by the developer, and which projects would be CIP. I think it has to be some kind of parts to do that. And I understand, I learned from all of these discussions that there is flexibility to add more projects, but TIF has a specific, I'm thinking that the property tax has a high limit. It has a limit. So could we run out of money and not be able to add projects, and the community say that, okay, there is no CIP, and now we have to struggle with traffic or finding to take care of issues that we have for transportation. I just have a little bit of a heartburn that maybe, number one, I support the project 100%, okay? And I want this project to move. But our job in here today is that to approve a provisional, adequate public facility, but not knowing, and we are recommending a list of stuff, but we all know that this is not a comprehensive, list of the transportation needed. Maybe we have to provide some language saying that, and provide some kind of process that how we make sure that by the time this project is fully built, we have adequate public facilities.
But you have to, we have to understand, there is an existing APF framework for reviewing projects in the Viva White Oak, and the White Oak area in general, for adequate public facilities, adequate road capacity and infrastructure. And that is the LATIP process. That's what the current requirement is. And this project will satisfy it, because every vertical project that comes along will pay a certain amount of money towards LATIP. And then that money can be used for the improvements that the county deems are required or prioritized for the White Oak area. In addition, there's public infrastructure will be funded through the TIF that is outside of what is required for LATIP APF, your typical APF. So this project in general is funding public infrastructure in an extraordinary way already. That's under the current system, meaning LATIP, plus the TIF.
If I may, Carrie Sanders, for the record, I think I might have a suggestion that could maybe help address your concerns, Vice Chair. I think what I'm hearing is there are these LATIP fees, and those LATIP fees will be charged based on each site plan, preliminary plan. But I think what I'm hearing is, how do we make sure those fees go to the right projects? And I think what everybody seems to agree on is that those projects need to be looked at fairly soon here and updated. And so I think we can have comfort that the projects may change and the fees will come in to support projects that we may need in the future, because the fees allow us to do that. So that's good. But I do think maybe when the board transmits their comments to the county council, they may want to have a general statement of support for the update of the local area transportation improvement program, so that it can be clear that updating that is a priority, so that can continue to happen. Does that kind of hit on what you?
No, exactly. That's just my concern, that we are going to provisionally go for approval, that I like to do, but we don't know exactly if we're going to get there. That's what makes me a little bit uncomfortable. I agree with you. It's just the study that the current process is not up to date.
And we fully support that type of language and that type of study, because I think we'd be a participant in providing some of our feedback as to what makes sense for the Viva project.
I just want you to understand our position in here.
If I can add into this, when the LATIP was developed and the council decided what projects were in it, there were other projects that they decided needed to be done, but not part of LATIP. Those projects, I think at this point, or somewhere in the near future, need to be, make sure they don't get forgotten and they get implemented through, at the time, whatever that was, 7, 8 years ago, was CIP. So the LATIP was never intended to be the entire list. So we need, for our standpoint, community standpoint, we need to make sure the entire list from whatever funding source is implemented.
Yeah, and I haven't listened, maybe staff can answer my question about TIF process, and each time that they do a bond issue, do they have a public input about the list of the projects, and how do they decide what goes to what pot, what projects go to what pot? Yeah, thank you. Hello. Hi, how are you?
Sure. Hello, thank you to the entire board. Tom Lewis, I'm the Development Ombudsman in the County Executive's Office. I've been working on this project on behalf of the executive. Each time, and I think it's been said, but just to clarify, each time that the a new phase of development is coming forward. Could be, 2 years after the first one would be the second one, or 3 years. Each time there's a requirement to go to the county council and pass another resolution, and there has to be a complete review each time. So this initial resolution that's going to go before the council sometime this fall, or sometime soon, hopefully, will just provide the upper limit, provides the financial analysis. They'll have a package of resolution, the fiscal impact analysis from the county executive in that report, and the action of the planning board. And at that time, they decide what's the upper limit that can ever be funded under a TIF for this project. But then each time, you have stages where this first stage is the basic infrastructure. It has to support an awful lot of work, particularly because of the amount of contamination on the site, which is why the site has sat in large part for a long time. But that will go out onto the bond market when that next resolution comes up. So it's first this resolution with the upper limit, and then you'll have a bond issuance sometime, hopefully early next year. And when that happens, or 6 months later, as was said, when that happens, there will be a complete study of same kind of analysis, how much was built, how much that next stage how much can be supported in repayments in that next stage. And there will probably be 3 or 4 stages or phases to get the entire work done. And as was mentioned, part of it is to, the idea of not trying to load too much in is the revenues, the incremental revenues have to pay off the bonds. And so each stage, you have to make that demonstration again that it's going to pay those off. And it's really the benefit of the TIF in part is that it is not subject in this case to the full faith and credit of the county. So it's not going to compete with school bond issuances or other county transportation bond issuances. This is funded not by the county's general fund, but by whatever revenues are generated from the development that gets built. And so, how much can you add in? I mean, there are going to be adjustments over time with each stage, but you just can't go over the amount of projects in the overall limit because you'll get to that point where no one will buy the bonds because they don't think they can be paid off. So, a lot of things can be added in, but to some extent, the county is going to have to identify other sources of funding, as was mentioned.
Yeah.
So,
first of all, nice to see you here,
Nice to see you.
Mr. Lewis. That's good. At least we brought you here to meet you. So, I totally understand for the top limit that you have. So there should be in the projects in TIP some kind of priority that you have that, okay, I have that much money and I have so many projects. So which one do I have first to accommodate the first phase of construction or so on? And if it doesn't accommodate, then what? Are you going to issue more bonds, or are you going to decide, okay, some of these are going to go other funding, CIP or other ways? So is that something that you look when you decide which projects go to the first phase of the issuance of bond?
So part of that is going to be the analysis that's done between the count and what the developer is trying to get done in the first phase. That first phase has to deal with, as I said, because of the contamination issues on that site and the fact that it's a very large site without any real infrastructure there. That basic, those basic things have to be covered in that first bond issuance. And then you'll have the next phase will identify, well, what's ready to go next, what's the economy supporting, and what construction is going to be done then that's going to be able to repay those bonds. So, and I know that's something that's really, MCB is going to be looking at that to see what's important.
Because it goes to the council, it would be public hearing that people get
Yes,
involved.
yes,
Yeah,
exactly,
okay.
which I should have mentioned, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for being here. One quick question. So the first phase is going to include those roadways internal to the project, but it has to include some also revenue generating piece, or those bonds can't be paid back, or am I got this wrong? How do, the first phase, how will that be? I mean, the first phase would include the roadways, internal roadways. Is that with TIF bonds?
Yes. So there's a couple different things that go into that. The CIP dollars for the roadways is part of that capital stack. So the bonds get issued, again, hopefully this spring, 2026. Built into the bonds, you have a certain amount of capitalized interest to cover the beginning years where you don't have the increment yet. And then the increment from the retail town center and the townhomes coming online and the residential, that coming online will pay off the bonds. And you structure the bonds in such a way that the amortization ramps up, so it follows the ramp up of the increment.
So in the first bond issuance, there will be some roads and some income generating developments. Like you said,
Absolutely, yeah.
and you said, okay, I was just, from before I thought I misunderstood, thought it was only in the first phase are roads, but that's not. It's income generating development is included in the first phase of the bonds.
They're happening at the same time. In other words, the roads get funded by the TIF. At the same time, the vertical development will start funded through the normal process.
Okay, okay, great. Okay, got it.
So again, the TIF itself doesn't, pay for the building of a supermarket.
Yeah.
It may pay for a public garage as part of the retail center, but it wouldn't pay for the, but they will happen at the same time.
Right. Okay, so my better understanding of the process is that I'm good with what you're presenting, especially with staff's comments, and that there will be analysis going on all through the processes, but we need to start with what can fit in the box based on what's on the table today, but there will be analyses as we go along through the different bond issuances that would have changed the amount of what can be paid for in those bonds, correct? So I don't know if there are any other questions or comments from the board members.
Yeah, I just want to change gears just a little bit and come back to the LATIP side of things. It looked like in the staff report, the proposed projects cover about 1/3 of the total estimated LATIP fee, and that was the 3 intersections improvements that you mentioned, happening outside of TIF. That would just be per the LATIP fee, LATIP projects and part of that fee. And then staff also had recommendations for, I think, a few bikeways to add into the mix. Did we consider transit investments as part of this? Transit was included in the original list set of LATIP projects. There's a whole bucket that speaks to different elements of that. Some are more generalized about like expanded existing service. There's a piece of it that talks about new ride-on service. Obviously, we heard about kind of other ideas from the community, a broader set of ideas about BRT. But considering that this is sort of a rare opportunity to try to capture and generate some revenue for transit investment, where did that fall in the pecking order of our recommendations? And on top of that, considering that it sounds like the applicant's proposal covers roughly 1/3 of their total LATIP fee, is there anything that we would recommend with the remaining 20 million-ish in terms of project construction rather than fee payment to go into the general pot?
For the record, Richard Brockmeyer, Transportation Planning Supervisor for the Transportation Division. So we did include in that priority list the circulator transit service, which I think is called the White Oak Circulator in the LATIP. So that was included in our list of priority projects. We did keep that constrained to what is in the LATIP currently for the LATIP fees. So those were the bikeways, and then that circulator service were what we thought were the most critical from what's currently in LATIP. In terms of, supporting BRT, I think, yes, we're very supportive of having council fund BRT, specifically BRT on US 29, the Phase 2, funding that through final design. But because that's not part of the LITIP fee, currently, list of projects, that was not included.
Great, thanks. And yeah, apologies if I missed the circulator in the staff report. It's good to hear that that was part of the recommendation. I assume that I know the costs have been updated a little bit over time. Maybe the latest was in 2023 or 2024. I don't know if those exactly reflect current costs today, but I assume that that still fits within the late tip, the overall late tip fee that the applicant would owe as part of this.
Yes, I believe the latest update was in 2019 to the costs.
Okay, got it. And I also assume that that's kind of been coordinated with MCDOT about what the circulator, kind of where it would fit within their existing network and maybe some kind of, rough designs and kind of where it would connect with future BRT and things like that? Or is that sort of a later, much later part of the process?
I think that'd probably be a later part of the process, but yes, the recommendation was, the MCDOT should conduct an annual assessment with the CIP to determine if the following improvements, as specified in the LATIP, are needed to serve Viva White Oak, and that included the circulator transit service, industrial parkway, separated bike lanes and sidewalk, and Prosperity Drive breezeway side path. Not included in that, but included in a different recommendation is thoughts on the intersections, the 3 intersections that they're proposing for construction.
Okay, great, thanks.
And just to be clear, what Richard was talking about, these are recommendations in the approval, and they're acceptable to MCB.
Okay, so Commissioner Hedrick or Commissioner Bartley, any comments or questions before we move on?
I'm excited for this project to move forward. It's a needed opportunity to maximize space in the county that was otherwise useful in the past, but its use now is transformed into something that is in the benefit of all the citizens. Thanks.
Yeah, no real comments from me at this point. I think we've covered it well, like sort of where we are in the process and what we need to be reviewing right now. Again, I think it's a good project. I think we've got a good plan going forward to provide both the adequate infrastructure that we need and a reasonably clear idea of how we're going to pay for that infrastructure. So I'm good where we are.
Okay, and then the last about the park piece, it says that that before you get your last U of O, is that what it says now for that first?
Correct, before the final use and occupancy certificate for the townhouse development as proposed in this application. And we've coordinated pretty closely with the applicant team to make sure that this is going to work with their proposed bond issuance schedule.
Okay, so it just says before the last C of O is pulled for the townhouses in there. How many of they're like?
Approximately 938.
So in order to pull the 938th townhouse, you have to have the park completed.
I think it's by stick, so maybe 934.
Okay, all right, thank you. All right, any other comments, questions? Seeing none, you good? Okay, so the motion is, let me see here. Is there a motion for the approval of the provisional APF for the proposed development district application number APF 202602 with the infrastructure and recommendations with revisions included in the staff report?
And with the addition of the recommendation that we just talked about. Do you want to say it again? Do we need to say it again? Could you please say it?
Yes, with the recommendation that the planning board encourages the county council to update the local area transportation improvement program.
Great.
Okay, so I move for the approval of the provisional APF for the proposed development district with the additional recommendation sent to the county council.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it 5-0. Congratulations. keep it moving. It's a greatly needed project for the East County, thank you, and the county as a whole, thank you.
Thank you. And if I could just say kudos to your staff on the speed of their review, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Yep, yeah. I should point that out again, that, this was brought before the planning staff just before summertime, and they worked, diligently through their summer to get to where we are now in a new process. So hopefully it'll be a good model for other TIFs to come, but yeah. They didn't have a long summer vacation because of this, so I really appreciate all of their hard work. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Uh-oh. Yeah, they have the. Oh.
Okay, we're going to start in 1 minute. Start in 1 minute. Thank you. Okay, good afternoon. We're on item number 9, Washington Grove Connector Trail Mandatory Referral and Forest Conservation Plan, where staff is recommending approve with comments the mandatory referral and transfer those comments, the board's comments, and then on the forest conservation, approve with conditions. And this afternoon, we have Eli Glazier with the Planning Department presenting this item. Welcome, Mr. Glazier.
Thank you, Chair Harris and members of the board. My name is Eli Glazier, Transportation Planner with the Transportation Planning Division. Very excited to bring this mandatory referral and forest conservation plan to the board for the Washington Grove Connector Trail. This is, I'll say at the outset, a very great project. We're really excited about the connectivity that this project will bring, connecting the town of Washington Grove to the Shady Grove Red Line Metro Station and points north and south. This is a project, sort of walking through the presentation briefly, describe the project, talk about how we got to this point in the design, describe community feedback to date. I'll go through our analysis from a mandatory referral perspective, talk about the comments, the limited comments that we have, talk about the forest conservation plan analysis and those conditions. There is testimony, public testimony on this item, and then we'll go into the conclusion. So the project, briefly, is in two parts. First, it's a shared use path connecting Brown Street in the town of Washington Grove to the northern terminus of Crabs Branch Way, which is in the county. And then separately, there's a very short sidewalk connection between Ridge Road and Picea View Court. As I said, these help provide direct connections to the Shady Grove Metro Red Line Station, and staff recommends approval of the mandatory referral with comments and approval of the Forest Conservation Plan Amendment with conditions. The shared use path from Brown Street to Crabs Branch Way is 10 feet wide with 2-foot grass shoulders on either side. It is lit, so you'll be able to use it at night. And a portion of it is on a raised boardwalk to reduce the environmental impacts of the project. And then the sidewalk from Ridge Road to Picea View Court is a 4-foot wide sidewalk today. Or it's proposed to be a 4-foot wide sidewalk. The history of this project, the shared use path was identified in the 2006 Shady Grove Sector Plan and the 2021 Shady Grove Sector Plan Minor Amendment as a part of a larger recommendation to extend Crabs Branch Way to Amity Drive. In the graphic on the screen, you can see that, I'll use my cursor, Crabs Branch Way is here, and the proposed master plan road goes across this parkland to connect to Amity Drive, and then the intention is that there would be a trail along that road, and then a spur called the Brown Street connection to Brown Street in the town of Washington Grove, which is here. MCDOT conducted a planning study for the roadway and the shared use path. The findings of that study were presented in multiple parts to the planning board over the past several years, first in April 2021 and July 2023. The planning board at the time, supported by council, decided that the shared use path should be prioritized on its own, largely due to public support, including from the town of Washington Grove. So in this graphic here, you can see there were a number of different options reviewed as part of this from the trail perspective. All 3 of them starting from the northern terminus of Crabs Branch Way here, one going along private property here, the second one going into parkland and connecting to Ridge Road directly, the third connecting to Brown Street here, this blue line, and then the fourth was just this small sidewalk connection at the top of the graphic connecting Ridge Road to Picea View Court. And at the end of the day, alternatives 3 and 4, that short sidewalk and the Brown Street connection to the end of Brown Street were advanced in design, and that's the project, the project that's here in front of you today. Over the course of the past several years, there have been numerous outreach events held, including public workshops, virtual meetings during COVID, hybrid meetings. We've received testimony that's in your packet from the town of Washington Grove, and there is a member of the town council from Washington Grove here today to speak as well, generally in support of the proposed alignment and with a number of requests for staff as the project advances to be considered that are shown here, including additional trees, that construction stage from Crabs Branch Way instead of from Brown Street in the town, and then a review of how the path sort of curves at the Brown Street terminus. Our analysis on this project is generally straightforward. This, as I said, was recommended in the Shady Grove Sector Plan the Shady Grove Minor Master Plan Amendment and also in the Bicycle Master Plan. The project, the shared use path, is consistent with Thrive Montgomery 2050 because it enhances connections and makes it easier and safer to walk and bike. The project by itself does not preclude the construction of the master planned road extension, but it is built in the center of the right-of-way that exists to build that road. So if the road were to be constructed in the future, the trail would need to be reconstructed, and it may cost more to build the road extension because the trail is going to be where it is. We have very few comments on this project. I just want to reiterate that it's very good, and we're very excited about it, and excited about the collaboration that we have had with MCDOT over the years to advance this. I was just talking to the project manager for this project that I was actually at the kickoff meeting, the initial kickoff meeting for this that MCDOT held with the town before COVID. And I think we really appreciate the opportunity to participate in these projects from the beginning. I think it really makes the projects better, and it really ensures that we're all on the same page as these things evolve. So just kudos to MCDOT for including us and for putting together a really good project. So just limited comments here. As I said, the current path width is 10 feet. The county's accessible design guide indicates that shared use paths should be 11 feet wide to allow bicyclists and pedestrians to pass safely. So we just recommend that they explore widening that to 11 feet. Additionally, the slope on some of the path, on a section of the path, exceeds the 5% maximum slope allowable in the public rights-of-way accessibility guidelines. It's at 6.27%. Sort of this section right just north of the northern terminus of Crabs Ranch Way is at 6.27%. So we would just ask that staff explore bringing that down to 5% to see if that's possible within the limits of disturbance and the design that they have. Jumping over to the short sidewalk connection between Ridge Road and Picea View Court, you can see here it's really not that long of a connection, but it connects the roadway on Ridge Road to the existing sidewalk on Picea View Court. It's currently shown as 4 feet. This should be widened to 6 feet to meet the minimum sidewalk width for neighborhood streets in the Complete Streets Design Guide. And then in addition, because the proposed connection connects directly from Ridge Road to the sidewalk on Picea View Court, people biking along the proposed sidewalk can't easily directly access the roadway. So just a recommendation that part of the design should include a bicycle ramp to the roadway from the sidewalk so that direct Ridge Road to Picea View Court connection can be made by bike. And that concludes the mandatory referral comments. Briefly, from the Forest Conservation Plan perspective, the plan for this project is F20250740, and it amends the previous Forest Conservation Plan, MR2010709. The proposed amendment respects the existing forest conservation easements. It proposes to remove 0.21 acres of plantings and replace entirely on site. And then there is a minor area of disturbance shown within their approved limits of disturbance, but it is in compliance with the approved forest conservation plan. So the conditions that our team have for this forest conservation plan are fairly standard. I'm not going to read them all here, but they're just the traditional conditions of approval that we have for forest conservation plans. I guess before, the next slide I have is about testimony, but if the board has any questions before that, I'd be happy to answer them. Okay.
Could you show on the slide where the bicycle ramp you're proposing?
Sure, so it's just,
if you just show the cursor where the ramp you're proposing.
So it's conceptual, but just like generally, where this arrow is, it would be great to have a connection to the street.
Is there something across the street it would connect to?
Yeah, it just looks a very random ramp. People wouldn't realize why the ramp is there.
Right, so
it's a little bit confusing.
The purpose of the ramp is to connect the roadway that's shown in this image to Ridge Road, which they would use the sidewalk to get to. So it doesn't necessarily need to, it's not for pedestrians, it's just for people biking to access the road.
To get into the street.
Because, yeah, my concern is, one, that if it's not provided, people will just bike through the grass anyway.
Right.
And it provides just a more intuitive, sort of people-focused
So the
connection.
ramp continues to get connected to the sidewalk?
Correct.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay,
yeah,
I
sorry.
didn't get that.
Yeah, so it
I
connects.
thought you just said the
Yeah,
ramp, but
yeah.
connection also, okay.
No, so essentially it would connect the proposed sidewalk that this project is intending to build to the street here in a direct way. So people, if they're biking on Ridge Road, can just directly connect to the street and not have to share the sidewalk with people walking.
The other question I have is that, could you explain why you wanted from the width from 10 foot to be 11 foot? What does the 1 foot does?
So the shared use path width as shown is 10 feet, sort of as shown in this plan, in this cross-section image. And because the shared use path is intended to serve both people walking and biking, people pushing strollers, I think we're very cognizant of the fact that bicyclists and people walking are moving at different speeds, and that speed in close proximity can cause conflict and potential injury. So the county's accessible design guide would greatly prefer a slightly wider side path here to eliminate or to minimize the likelihood of that conflict by providing more paved space for people to move and pass each other. At the end of the day, the difference between 10 and 11 is not massive, but this is a county project and the accessible design guide is a county design document, so.
So that's actually in their own design document.
Right, and I think in fairness, I mean, obviously, this is a fantastic project, and the
Yeah.
design of this has been happening for a long time, and the design guide that I'm referring to was not approved until this design was well along. So it was not one of the foundational documents that the design of this project was built around, but it's the standard, this is one of the best practices that the county has adopted. So we would it would be great to follow the standards.
Yeah, the only reason I'm asking, because we said this is sort of like interim until the extended Krabs Branchway comes. So is it really interim? Is it the possibility of extended Krabs Branchway? Because if it is interim, you don't want to make it very expensive. I don't know what is the possibility of that happening.
I would defer to Mr.
I don't know.
Ansbacher on that one.
David Ansbacher, Transportation Planning Division Chief. I think the fact of the matter is we just don't know. We don't, the road is obviously a much more expensive, complicated project. We don't know how soon that will come.
Okay.
Great. Okay, great. Thank you so much. We have one person today to testify on behalf of this project. It's Ms. Barbara Raimondo, Town of Washington Grove. Welcome. Thank you for coming.
Thank you so much for allowing me to be here today. My name is Barbara Raimondo. I'm a town councilor in the Town of Washington Grove. I also serve on our town's advisory committee on the Washington Grove Connector. Mayor Compton sends his regrets that he's not able to be here today. Aside from my role in the town, I am an avid bicyclist. I have biked all over Maryland, Virginia, Pennsylvania, Alaska, British Columbia, many, many places. So I know as a user what a bike path or a shared use path is like. So I definitely speak from that experience. I am thrilled to be here at this meeting. I'm probably the happiest person in the room right now. This connector has been on the books in our town since the 1990s, and I have been actively involved in promoting it since at least 2012, along with other people in my town as well. So we're very excited to see this meeting take place today. I want to commend the Department of Transportation, particularly Jean Kapusnik, for working with us as a very reliable partner. We have met with her many times. We've met with the engineers. We have exchanged emails and phone calls. and given a lot of input into the plan, and you can see our input reflected in the plan. So definitely, the Department of Transportation has been listening, and we appreciate that very much. So Eli talked about the changes, that are being recommended here. I don't know of anybody who objects to any of them. As you can see, they're fairly minor, and so, they're just fine. I wanted to address, Vice Chair, your comment about the ramp. It's actually, when you're there, it's not random. When you're going over that little bump where the grass is, it's just very intuitive that you go down into the street. If you make that right turn, you end up on a sidewalk, then you end up in somebody's driveway, and it's not really it's not an optimum way to design that part of the path. So that really makes a lot of sense. Let's see. So our residents in town really look forward to this being done, as well as our neighbors in Shady Grove Crossing. I know we've been in discussion with them. It would give a lot of advantages for them as well. Also, people coming from Old Town Gaithersburg, you may be aware that they're planning a shared use path from Old Town to Washington Grove that would link up with the Washington Grove connector. So this link is really, it's a very short link, but it's really very important for many people who live in that area of the county. So we look forward to continued work with Jean and the Department of Transportation, and thank you for your consideration of this and your support for it. And we would want to see this built as soon as possible. And if you have any questions for me, I'd be happy to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Raimondo. I love your interest in riding bikes. I love that too, and your commitment over the past, seems like what, a couple decades to push for this project. That's really, I really admire that, and in these days, that's how you have to do it to make things happen. Really be passionate about it and push it. So thank you for doing that. So thank you for being here. So I think if any comments or questions from the board, to me, this is a lovely project. I love how we're continuing to push multimodal transportation in the county and connecting and safety with the really responding to our Vision Zero, do things, but do it in a safe way. So thanks to all. So any questions or comments? Oh, okay. I didn't see your hand there, Mr. Commissioner Hedrick.
No, I just wanted to, it's okay, I just wanted to add my support as well for that. I think it's a great project. I think these we see them a lot when we see site plans and everything, these need for these connectors to take people through from one community to another where they can get to places and get to transit and infrastructure and things like that we already have. I think this is a really good one. I just wanted to add my vocal support for it, and look forward to writing it when it's done. It's gonna be great.
Yep, seeing no other comments or questions, do I have a motion to approve? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I move to approve the mandatory referral. Sorry, did I cut you?
No, it's good. No, please. You're reading my mind.
Okay, I finish it. Mandatory referral for Washington Group Connected Trail, mandatory referral.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The
Aye.
ayes have it 5-0. Do I have a motion to approve the Forest Conservation Plan amendment with conditions?
I move to approve the Forest Conservation Plan with the amendment.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it 5-0. Thank you so much. And we're going to do a quick lunch break and come back at, quick lunch break, at 1:30 for the item number 10, the Clarksburg Master Plan public hearing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome to the lobby. Please wait and your meeting host will admit you soon.
Good morning, Mahindra. Can I do a mic check with you, please?
Hey, good morning.
Yes. Good morning. Do you have, I see you on here twice. I see that you on the camera. Do you have it open someplace else?
I'm going to close it out. Bear with me for a minute, okay? I've been waiting for you guys, so just bear with me, please.
Yeah, can you, yeah, because I hear echo. So that's going to actually interfere when you testify. So you're going to have to log out on the second one, please.
Understood. Give me a second, okay?
Okay.
How is it now? Is it now?
Hello? Oh, that's fine. That's fine. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. We're on item number 10, the Clarksburg Gateway Sector Plan, Planning Board Public Hearing. Before we get started on this item, I want Don Ziegler from the Planning Department to make a brief introduction.
Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Don Ziegler, the Upper County Master Plan Supervisor. And on behalf of the Clarksburg Gateway Sector Team, I will provide a very brief presentation of the sector plan, followed by the reading of the public hearing statement of record for the plan. Today, staff is asking the board to hold 2 public hearings to review the public hearing draft for the Clarksburg Gateway Sector Plan. The first hearing will commence after my presentation and will include both virtual and in-person testimonies. The second hearing will occur later this evening at the Upper County Regional Services Center, where only in-person testimony will be accepted. Additionally, we are asking the board to keep the public record open to receive testimony beyond today's public hearing and close the public record on October 3rd at 5 p.m. This plan process began over 2 years ago, and we are now concluding the final stages of this plan process. After the public hearing closes on October 3rd, we plan to hold 5 planning board work sessions that will conclude on November 20th, and we are hoping to seek approval to transmit the plan to the County Council. As a point of reference, this plan is updating a portion of the 1994 Clarksburg Master Plan, highlighted in red on the left image on the screen. We believe that this master plan embraces the new goals of Thrive 2050 that will highlight complete and equitable communities, corridor-focused growth, greater economic health, and increased environmental resilience. Our overall vision for the sector plan is a balance of future development with preservation of natural and historic resources that will contribute to a more complete and connected and sustainable neighborhood in Clarksburg. The plan's concept framework will illustrate how we see the various elements of the plan's recommendations fitting together. Overall, we hope to see a new compact activity center established in the core crossroads of the sector plan area, completed connections for people walking, driving, biking, and using transit throughout the community, new parklands at strategic locations in the plan area, and high-quality, environmentally sustainable community design elements in new development. And now I will read the public hearing statement of record, which will then conclude my presentation. This public hearing is for the Clarksburg Gateway Sector Plan update, which was advertised in the Washington Times on August 25th, 2025, and August 29th, 2025, and duly notified via hard copy and/or electronic formats to the Montgomery County Council, Montgomery County Executive, Montgomery County Planning Board, and applicable Montgomery County departments and state agencies, the Germantown Public Library, civic and homeowners associations in the vicinity of the plan area, all property owners in the plan area, and other interested parties. This public hearing is an opportunity for the Montgomery County Planning Board to receive testimony on the Clarksburg Gateway Sector Plan public hearing draft for discussion at upcoming work sessions. I would like to enter into the public record the following documents that will be amended by the Clarksburg Gateway Sector Plan. They would include the 1994 Clarksburg Master Plan and Hydestown Special Study Area, the 2014 10 Mile Creek Area Limited Amendment, the 2025 Master Plan of Highways and Transitways, the 2018 Bicycle Master Plan, the 2023 Pedestrian Master Plan, the 2022 Corridor Forward, the I-270 Transit Plan, the 1979 Master Plan for Historic Preservation, and the Thrive Montgomery 2050, the county's general plan. The following supporting studies and reports are also entered the public record as appendices to the draft plan: the Sector Plan Area Demographic Profile, the Clarksburg Area Market Study, the Sector Plan Update Community Feedback Report, the Sector Plan Update Equity Framework, the ComSat Laboratories Building Adaptive Reuse Feasibility Report, the ComSat Laboratories Staff Report to the Historic Preservation Commission, the staff reports to the Historic Preservation Commission and Historic District Designation Forms for the recommended Clarksburg Heights Historic District and Community of Faith United Methodist Church and Cemetery Historic Site, the Sector Plan Travel Analysis Report, and the Sector Plan Area Park Amenity Access Levels of Service Report. All of these documents, as well as the other meeting materials and recordings, are available on the Clarksburg Gateway Sector Plan Project website at www.montgomeryplanning.org/CGSP. I am also entering into the public record the following documents, which are attached to the agenda report for this meeting: a letter transmitting the public hearing draft to the County Council, President Kate Stewart, dated August 5th, 2025, a letter transmitting the public hearing draft to the County Executive, Mark Elridge, dated August 5th, 2025, affidavits of legal public notice in the Washington Times for the papers August 25th and August 29th editions, all written testimony received since July 31st, 2025, when the Planning Board approved publishing the public hearing draft plan through August 5th, 2025. Staff recommends that the public record remain open for an additional 8 days following the public hearing date or the close of business on October 3rd, 2025. This completes my statement for the public record and presentation.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ziegler, and we'll begin our public testimony. The first, we have 11 teams today that consist of 16 people giving testimony. The first team is the team of Francois Carrier, Soli Cho, Jim Barakis, and Katie Wagner. Your team has a total of 15 minutes. Thank you.
Good afternoon. For the record, Suli Cho with the law firm of Bregman, Burbert, Schwartz, and Gilday. I'm here representing the contract purchasers of the Lithicum property. I will go first in just the order of presentation, and then my colleague Francois Carrier will make a statement after me. But that will be the entire testimony for this first group. And we also have some separate slides that I'll get to in my statement. So just as for background, I just wanted to start by providing some background on the contract purchasers. Avanti Properties Group is a real estate equity investment group based in Florida. The partners, we partners with regional development groups, and JNP is Avanti's development partner in this region. They have over 30 years of investment history on projects nationwide, focusing on 5 to 7 year build-out projects. They are currently invested in residential developments nationwide that are targeted to produce over 45,000 home sites. JMP Capital Management, led by Jim Proakis, has 35 years of development experience in the region, and we currently have several projects with Avanti in the region. First is a 610-lot project in Frederick County, has a CIP participation component, 923 lots in Newmarket, involving construction of a 2-mile parkway with a joint agreement with the county and Newmarket. In Montgomery County, and they're finishing up on one of the last 25% MPDU townhome projects in Damascus. And so we're very excited to be involved with the Lithicum property. JMP Avanti first engaged in January 2024, and that was probably before the Clarksburg Gateway Plan really got underway. But one of the first things that they did when they engaged with stakeholders was to really rethink the location of Observation Drive. They started by asking what kind of community can be designed on the property that would be most compatible with not only the stream valley, which is a significant feature along the western edge of the property, but just to be a value add to the greater Clarksburg community. And so they immediately identified that the 1994 alignment for Observation Drive, the portion that traverses through the Lithicum property, just didn't make sense any longer, especially in light of what the future uses were being contemplated for the Lithicum property. And so that's where they started. The concept plan, well, the first slide is just a comparison of, on the right is the 1994 alignment that was really buttressing up against the Stream Valley area, and from our perspective, was not an environmentally sort of sound approach. And so we proposed a western alignment that you see on the left of the slide. And that should look familiar to you because that is the alignment that is incorporated in your plan. And so we fully support it. We thank staff for engaging with us very early in this process and to take our comments and suggestions to heart and really obviously support that aspect of the plan. So we got to that alignment, I just wanted to say, because we looked at the topography of the property and worked with the existing topography by siting Observation Drive along the high point, and which is the best practice in terms of minimizing grading at construction. So JMP Avanti, as their approach to development and on any project is to take the long view and to think through the entire from start to finish of finishing the development and what will be necessary. So they're already thinking in terms of buildability, how to construct this in a cost-effective manner that works with the land and the assets and not to disturb the asset or take advantage of all the components of the asset. So this approach will result in residential blocks that will terrace down toward the Stream Valley to the east. I said west earlier, but it's to the east. And facilitating not only scenic views, but more opportunities for future residents to actively engage with the Stream Valley. So as I said, we are very pleased that the plan similarly embraces the same design principles that guided this concept plan, and in particular, to respect the existing topography and minimize the land disturbance and grading. That recommendation is found at the top of page 39 in the plan. We greatly appreciate that the draft is now recommending the alignment for the portion of Observation Drive that traverses through the Lithicum property. That said, there are other aspects of the plan that we think can be improved on. In particular, the recommendation that follows right beneath the recommendation of cited on page 39 states include stormwater management elements within the public right-of-way, such as bioretention in the medians, buffers, trees, and or other best practices. And we completely agree with this statement. But what we found is that when you look at the sections, the road sections that start on page 34 or 43, the sections don't represent the stormwater. So the next slides, we took the full sections and incorporated stormwater elements into the section. And we would highly recommend that this plan provide a practical guide, not just atypical that can be misinterpreted. And while this is identified in the plan as a complete streets approach, and we believe that this proposed section that we're showing today, incorporating stormwater, also meets the complete streets intent in all respects, but would serve as a more practical guide to those who are looking at the plan and trying to implement it in a regulatory form. The next couple of slides, and for the Lithicum property, there are 2 right-of-way widths that are applicable, both the 105-foot section and the 115. So we've prepared, and we'll be submitting this into the record, variations that actually incorporate stormwater management. With that, I'll let Francoise. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Harris.
I'm sorry, I didn't cover. I am so sorry. I missed this last section. There are 2 other points that I wanted to make. So in addition to the road sections, the 200-foot setback that is recommended from I-270 is of concern. So the concept plan that we showed you earlier meets a minimum 75-foot setback from the I-270 right-of-way, which is not the actual roadbed of I-270, but it's a right-of-way line beyond the roadbed to the east. So from that line, we meet a minimum 75 to 100, but a minimum 75-foot setback. And we think that that is consistent with other setbacks along I-270, that there really is no reason to apply a more restrictive requirement here. And our 700-unit plan would be significantly impacted. We estimate it would have a sort of a domino effect. As you can imagine, we have, like I said, a terrace down of the residential blocks. A 200-foot setback, we estimate, would be upwards of 150 units lost from this concept plan. The second issue I'd like to cover is the green cover calculation. We will have a lot of trees on this property. The stream valley buffer is required to be, we anticipate forest conservation regulations will require reforestation, afforestation. And so the 35%, and in the way that is currently defined, we think is too restrictive, would impact the developability of the property. We would recommend lowering to 25 if it's currently defined to not to exclude forest conservation, but 35% not counting forest conservation areas, which will be a requirement as part of the development, we think is overly restrictive and will result in loss of units. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon again. Chair Harris, members of the board. For the record, I'm Françoise Carrier with the law firm of Bregman, Burbert, Schwartz, and Gilday, and I represent the property owners. I'm accompanied today by Tom and Paula Linthicum, who represent the Linthicum family. The Linthicum family is deeply involved in Maryland agriculture, and they've been farming in Montgomery County for more than 100 years. This property is their last landholding in Clarksburg, and they've decided to sell it as part of a decision to focus their farming activities on land in the agricultural reserve. The Linthicums are pleased to know that while this land will not be used to produce food, it will provide needed housing in a well-designed community with a lovely setting bordering a stream valley. The Linthicums are in agreement with all of the points made by J&P Avanti, their contract purchaser, and they ask for the planning board's favorable consideration of each of the changes requested to the draft sector plan. As longtime owners of this property, the Linthicums would like to see it make the maximum possible housing contribution to Clarksburg, while also facilitating a vital transportation link through the connection of Observation Drive from Germantown through this property to Westall Baltimore Road. The Linthicums are still actively farming this property. They are intimately familiar with the inadequacies of the transportation network in Clarksburg and feel that the people of Clarksburg deserve significant improvements. They also recognize that the best, fastest, most economical way for the county to acquire the land for this section of Observation Drive is for their property to be redeveloped, which would trigger dedication of the land needed for the right-of-way. That redevelopment and its timing depend to a great degree on how well the sector plan supports the development project that J&P Avanti wants to build. If I may speak personally for a moment, I have been deeply involved in Montgomery County master plans interpreting them, preparing them, doing advocacy work on them for more than 20 years. And from my perspective, master plans are guidelines, but they carry significant weight, both legally and as a matter of established practice. They guide the county's investments in infrastructure for years to come. They are also a key element in the planning department and the planning board's review of development applications. Master plan language can raise obstacles to development if it recommends stricter standards than in other parts of the county for elements such as the setbacks and green cover that Ms. Lee Cho mentioned. Master plan recommendations for the width of driving lanes, pathways, and other portions of a road right-of-way sometimes don't fully reflect what's needed to make a road buildable. And that can increase uncertainty for developers and lengthen the amount of time development review takes for a given project. Development applicants and planning staff sometimes find that master plan recommendations lack flexibility, and therefore they constrain development projects in ways that hamper their ability to meet the county's broader goals, such as promoting more housing to fill a gaping need, as well as their ability to respond to market forces. Much as we would love to see every master plan fully implemented, in reality, implementation depends on the intersection between what the applicable guidelines and requirements allow and what the market supports. We hope the planning board will strike the right balance in this plan. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. We look forward to your deliberations on the plan and the benefits that it will bring to Clarksburg. If you have questions for any of us, we'll be happy to answer them, either today or during your work sessions. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. All done? Okay, great. Thank you for coming. We always want to hear from the applicants, from constituents in the community. So thank you so much. We'll have our next group, Mike Alexander, Robert Elliott, and Steve Robbins, representing River Falls Investments. Yeah, there's a clock somewhere. Do we have a clock? We'll have the total amount, and you guys can. Okay. Or Gary.
Chairman Harris, members of the Planning Board, my name is Bob Elliott, representing River Falls, owner of the 204-acre ComSat property. I'm here today not just as a developer, but as someone who grew up in Montgomery County and is now raising his children here. Someone invested in getting this right for the long term. Montgomery County stands at a crossroads. We can continue watching major employers choose other jurisdictions, or we can seize a transformative opportunity right in front of us. The ComSat property represents the largest single development opportunity in the sector plan, 204 acres of unified ownership with over 3,600 linear feet of I-270 frontage. We are not alone in the urgency for getting this plan right. You'll soon hear from MCEDC Director Lori Babb. She briefed this board on July 31, 2025, and will speak to the extreme importance of getting the economic viability of this site right. If this county expects to have a real seat at the table when Fortune 500 companies are looking for a place to grow, then we cannot allow this property's potential to be compromised. This is the only site with scale, location, and infrastructure to attract major employers. This is our moment to change that trajectory. It is time for us to get in the game, play to win big opportunities. We believe the sector plan suffers from two fundamental problems. First, the plan removes even the possibility of an interchange. And without direct access to I-270, the ComSat site cannot achieve its true economic potential. It's a necessity to attract the high-quality employers we all want in Montgomery County. Second, the sector plan layers on constraint after constraint. Taken individually, each seems minor, but collectively, they shrink our 200-acre property into fewer than 50 acres of developable land. This is not a recipe for a transformative project. It's a blueprint for failure. If developed properly, one option for ComSat would be to generate 1,700 new homes, more than 750,000 square feet of commercial space, resulting in 1,700 permanent jobs and 3,600 construction jobs. This would result in $449 million in county revenues over 20 years, and each year of delay costs this county $18 to $20 million. Our broker at CBRE has submitted this site for 6 national solicitations, each presented to more than 50 Fortune 500 companies representing potential investment exceeding $1 billion. The uncertainty of historic preservation on the ComSat building was often the deal breaker. It seems we may be close to resolving that barrier. But new barriers are being erected that will prove to be equally insurmountable. Before outlining those barriers, I want to recognize the thorough research and professional work that went into historic preservation technical staff's review of the ComSat building. Preservation staff provided a clear recommendation that the building should not be designated historic. We agree and support that conclusion, and I want to thank Rebecca Ballo and John Lieberts for their professionalism. This shows that collaboration works. Now that historic designation is closer to being resolved, we want to ensure that this opportunity that it unlocks is not undone by extraordinary planning constraints. ComSat was a place where innovation happened. Let's make sure this property continues to embody that forward-looking lens. The draft plan's most damaging decision is eliminating the potential for direct access to I-270 via Exit 17. The county wants smaller streets with tighter right-of-ways to create walkable environments. But without Exit 17, massive traffic volumes, potentially as many to 30 to 60,000 daily trips, will overwhelm local roads, creating exactly the opposite of the walkable community this plan envisions. An interchange isn't just about creating a walkable community. It's about economic vitality. Site selection follows predictable patterns. Fortune 500 employers and regional retailers demand access, visibility, and infrastructure. They will not risk investments where customers and employees cannot easily reach them. Without the interchange, Clarksburg remains just another housing subdivision, inaccessible to more than 120,000 vehicles passing daily on I-270. On June 5th, your own transportation staff presented analysis showing that an interchange resolved the worst traffic condition, the PM peak at Clarksburg Road. Their analysis demonstrated that the addition of an interchange was clear improvement. Staff failed to consider the positive economic development that impacts this recommendation. Time is a critical resource to employers and employees alike. For business, saved time translates into productivity. For individuals, it provides more hours for family, health, and a better quality of life. On June 5, transportation staff provided this board with time savings comparisons, both with and without the interchange. According to staff, a new interchange saves 3 minutes per trip. If that were the case, then the value of human capital time savings equates to $9.3 million for new residents. And this analysis only included them, not existing residents or other retail users that would result in additional benefits. We reviewed their analysis and believe the time savings are actually 10 minutes or more. That would equate to a benefit of $31.1 million in time savings. Individually, 3 to 10 minutes sounds like a small amount, but collectively, it results in a massive benefit. Staff recommended the inclusion of the Little Seneca I-270 overpass. The bulk of that cost is on the interchange is expected to be the overpass bridge itself. Simply adding those ramps, which cost nowhere near $31 million, results in a human capital payback of less than 1 year. We should be leveraging our I-270 accessibility, not avoiding it. MCDOT agrees with us. The draft plan treats our property as if it's 200 acres of opportunity, but when you look closer, that opportunity keeps shrinking. A sentence here calls for a buffer. Another line sets aside a park, afforestation, setbacks, and carve-outs chip away at our site. Starting with 204 acres, each requirement suffocates its viability. Stream Valley buffer, 22.5 acres. Stream Valley adjacent open space, 18.8 acres. Per the 93 master plan roads are 11.2 acres. But in the new plan, master plan roads are 16.2 acres. We lost 5 acres of developable land doing the right thing, aligning it, but the benefit there accrues to MCPS, a private landowner, and of course, the environment. I-270 right-of-way, 8.3 acres. 200-foot buffer requirement that includes 50-foot buffer for trees, 18.3 acres. Forest stand preservation, 18.5 acres. Local park dedication, 10 acres. Development rights-of-way, 19.9 acres. 35% green cover mandate, 26.7 acres. 204 acres becomes fewer than 50 developable acres, which is less than 25% of our site. On page 62, the county staff shared its own conceptual diagram, but that diagram is not physically possible because it ignores many of the same restrictions in the sector plan. The county's land yield would actually be worse than ours. The planning board needs realistic analysis showing cumulative impacts, not individual requirements presented in isolation. The board and the community need to see the real effect of stacked rules on developable land. As drafted, this plan never reveals it. The county has always treated I-270 frontage as an asset, not a liability. But in this sector plan, I-270 adjacent properties are subject to both a mandated 50-foot tree buffer and a 200-foot residential setback. Neither requirement is consistent with the best and most successful developments in our county. Take Park Potomac, where the most recent phase of sites townhomes and retirement communities less than 75 feet from I-270. Noise is managed via sound walls, but the property maintains commercial visibility, which makes it viable. Rio offers another lesson. It is one of our most successful mixed-use destinations, managing I-270 noise and quality of light through design while preserving visibility and commercial vitality. Rio's owners recently submitted plans for 4 new infill buildings. 2 of those buildings are located between I-270 and the lake edge, and the lake edge is closer to the buffer requirement in Clarksburg. If Rio and Park Potomac work this way, why must ComSat be pushed back more than twice as far? Both projects demonstrate visibility drives vitality. Environmental challenges near highways are real, but proven solutions exist in sound walls, advanced insulation, and enhanced air filtration. We should apply those tools, not layer on 2 massive buffers that erase opportunity. This county constantly talks about equity, but what does that mean in the context of mixed-use development? Both the county's consultants at HR&A and our team at RCLCO concluded that structured parking, podium construction, and high-rise residential are not financially viable in the current market situations. RCLCO's analysis showed that to support structured parking or vertical mixed use, rents at ComSat would need to increase 30% over current achievable levels. Only a handful of submarkets in Montgomery County, like Chevy Chase, Bethesda, and North Bethesda, consistently achieve those rents, and all benefit significantly from Metro Rail, which allows for increased density. In these submarkets, mixed use occurs vertically, but in Clarksburg, 11 miles north of the Shady Grove Metro, developments occur horizontally, not vertically, to be economically viable. While this seems obvious, it bears repeating because this sector plan repeatedly encourages development typologies that are not viable. Equity means giving equity means giving all parts of our county the right type of mixed use, not the same type of mixed use. Kentlands, another of this county's most celebrated communities, was developed almost 40 years ago using horizontal development formats and surface parking. A model of new urbanism, it is autocentric and surface parked. Retail and parking have begun infilling as market conditions matured, but it is filling in slowly. Everyone supports environmental protection, but the draft plan imposes layer upon layer of restrictions while whittling away at the opportunity responsible for development. County law already requires strict forest replacement at a 2-to-1 ratio. The draft plan goes further, freezing 22 acres of forest, including land in the middle of our site, and adding a 35% green cover mandate that excludes existing trees, as well as the dedication of new trees in rights-of-way. Staff assumes green roofs can make up the difference with vertical typologies, but as previously mentioned, Clarksburg requires horizontal wood frame to be viable. This plan lifted the concept of urban green or green cover from Bethesda, but then excludes forests and dedications, parks, and roads. Doing so does not count 25 to 35% of the green cover that should apply. The cumulative impact of these restrictions is serious. Existing laws already ensure that we receive rigorous environmental protection, but this isn't environmental protection, it's regulatory strangulation. Parks and recreation facilities are essential, but there's a better approach than concentrating large facilities in single locations. Our alternative is the Constellation concept, a series of smaller parks linked by trails, distributed across all the properties in the sector plan, including places like the unused elementary school site. Spreading this string of pearls throughout the sector plan would create better and equitable access for existing residents. Our concept would deliver on a network of spaces that is connected by sidewalks, trails, and bike routes, and accessible from multiple directions. Smaller distributed parks would better align with walkability goals, enhance neighborhood access, and create a green network that ties this 1,000-acre sector plan community together. The 94 Clarksburg Master Plan promised balanced development, but delivered primarily housing without supporting employment or infrastructure. Remote centers created challenges for retailers. Lack of employment caused a bedroom community, and we see that today in long commutes, traffic congestion, and fiscal imbalance. We cannot repeat those mistakes. ComSat offers a chance to build I-270 accessible development done right, but it requires planning that works with market forces, not against them. The issues outlined today are the tip of the iceberg. In a 100-plus planning document, many impactful restrictions appear as a single sentence or brief paragraph scattered throughout. I have used the time allotted to focus on some of the most critical barriers to success, but other issues, such as the I-270 Wildlife Bridge crossing, the 50% parking lot tree cover, or many of the street sections, have gone undiscussed. Our silence on unmentioned issues should not be interpreted as acceptance. These must be resolved as the process moves forward. To unlock ComSat's potential and deliver the economic benefits Montgomery County needs, we request 5 critical adjustments. First, preserve Exit 17 as an alternative in the sector plan. Second, limit excessive land takes. Third, create a framework for economic development. Fourth, implement the Constellation concept for parks. Fifth, plan for market-viable development typologies. Over 30 years ago, promises were made about Clarksburg that weren't kept. Today, we can choose whether to repeat those mistakes or learn from them. This isn't just about one property. It's about whether Montgomery County positions itself for economic growth or accepts continued decline in competitiveness. The ComSat property embodies a legacy of innovation and provides unmatched potential. Let's honor both by working together to create a framework for success. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Elliott. And how much time have we taken? Do you know? Okay, yeah. So is your team done? Okay, great, great. Thank you so much. Appreciate your presentation. So next, we have Margaret Shope, individual. You have 3 minutes. And then one we bring up, Ms. Shope, Gary Utterberg, and then the Karen Burdett, Historic Preservation Commission. Thank you. And if there's room, Dan Siemens from the Boyd Civic Association. Okay, we can start with Ms. Shope. Welcome.
Good afternoon. My name is Margaret Shope, and I am speaking on behalf of the TAME Coalition, Transit Alternatives to Mid-County Highway Extended. The TAME Coalition supports and has signed on to the testimony of the Friends of 10 Mile Creek. We do thank the planning commissioners and the planning staff for removing Mid-County Highway Extended from the Master Plan of Highways and Transitways, because going forward, elected officials and planners can focus on expanding transit and other people-centric travel choices in the Up-County. We support transit improvements to those residents now living in that region of the county and for its population growth that is going to be there in the coming decades. This draft sector plan needs to center around transit, focusing on using existing roadways. The draft master plan states that transit and people-centric modes are considered first. We need to see that decisions that you are making will follow this priority. As now written, this plan is more focused on building new roads and roadway extensions rather than prioritizing transit. The plan does recommend several transit policies that we do support. They are in recommendation 2A and 2B. And those are improve safe access to bus stops and to ensure stops are adequately sized and are safe places for people to wait for the buses. On page 37 of the proposed draft sector plan, the paper page 37, it recommends locating enhanced bus stations at a number of locations, including 2 locations on a new proposed roadway, Observation Drive Extended. We support locating enhanced bus stations in this part of Clarksburg, but this plan is proposing to locate new bus stations on a road that for now does not exist. We have the most faith and trust in transit plans that are practical, realistic, and achievable in the short term through using existing roadways for ride-on buses and other county buses. The existing roadway network can handle expanding bus service in this area. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Next is Gary Utterberg.
Good afternoon, Gary Unterberg with Rogers Consulting. I signed up as an individual because I've worked on the ComSat property for over the last 25 years with the previous owners, Elcor, and now with the current owner, River Falls. I'd like to spend a few minutes just talking about flexibility with the master plan, and there are several absolutes that I think will be a problem in the future, and let me mention a few of those. The interchange, we'd like to keep the interchange as an option. We're trying to attract a Fortune 500 company. They see that as the gateway, the interchange as the gateway for the Clarksburg Gateway Plan. But we'd like to, again, as an option, leave it in. It's also the gateway for the west with the newly constructed Lake Ridge Drive. It'd be direct access to Black Hill Regional Park. Right now, you have to find it. So that's the interchange. Green cover's been mentioned. That was set up for the Bethesda Master Plan, urban cover, green cover. This plan adds that would exclude existing forest. Depending what ultimately is saved, we have 20-25% plus of existing forest that meets the definition of green cover. And we think that forest should be included. The other thing is that dedications are excluded per the Bethesda regulations. Bethesda is dedicated. The roads are dedicated. The parks are dedicated. There's a park payment. Clarksburg, we will be dedicating acres of roads, and all the new street trees will be green cover. All the parks will be dedicated. Those will meet the definition of green cover. So the 35% I think is appropriate, but I think we're going to exceed that if we allow existing forest and dedications to be counted. The buffer from 270. It's been mentioned that it's in the Germantown plan, and it's Appendix O in the Germantown plan, but that was specifically for the I-3 zone, which is a suburban office park zone that no longer exists. ComSat was I-3 zone. Is now EOF, and it's proposed to be zone CR, commercial residential. That new zoning gives us the flexibility to come up with the right plan. The benefits, the incentives with the CR zone, depending what the mix of uses are, we can come up with the right plan, and whether tech uses, bioresearch uses are closer to 270, we're asking for that option and that leeway to figure that out versus a absolute 200-foot buffer. Those are just a few of the examples. We look forward to working with staff and working with you at the work sessions to leave those as goals or targets, but leave the flexibility that when we come back with the best plan, the creative plan, that we can leave that to the planning board to make the appropriate decisions. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you so much. Next is Karen Burdett.
Good afternoon. This is Karen Burdett. I am the Chair of the Historic Preservation Commission. I have two items to discuss today. The first is the HPC's recommendation on the designation of resources associated with Rocky Hill as part of the Clarksburg Gateway Sector Plan. The HPC found that the proposed Community of Faith United Methodist Church and Cemetery Master Plan site and Clarksburg Heights Master Plan Historic District satisfy the criteria and recommend that the Planning Board affirm these findings, list the properties in the locational atlas and index of historic sites, and advise the County Council to designate the resources in the Master Plan for Historic Properties. The second item I have to talk about today is the ComSat Laboratories. On January 22nd, 2025, the HPC voted unanimously to recommend the designation of ComSat Laboratories to the Master Plan of Historic Sites as part of the Clarksburg Gateway Sector Plan. The Commission proposes a 33.47 acre environmental setting out of the 205 acre property. That leaves 107.5 acres remaining for development. We caution against using current real estate scenarios for historic properties. They can be often short-sighted when determining particular historic properties can be adaptively reused. The historic properties are unique to their time and original purpose and are often difficult to envision in a contemporary context. It takes vision to see past the limiting scenarios and stay focused on the possibilities. And we would ask that the Planning Board have the vision to do something remarkable with the ComSat Laboratories and not just demolish it. I would bring up several buildings that were considered obsolete in their time and were endangered with demolition in their time in the 20th century and are now very popular sites. The Pension Building, adaptively repurposed in the 1980s as the National Building Museum. The old post office, almost demolished twice in the 20th century, adapted to office retail in the 80s, and is now the luxury Ritz-Carlton Hotel. The Hex Warehouse, deemed unadaptable in 2006. It is now a successful 50,000 square foot residential mixed-use development and the anchor of the emerging Ivy City neighborhood. Of course, the Silver Theater and Shopping Center, my local favorite, was being demolished in the early 80s when local community members and preservationists stood in front of the demolition crew until a stop work order could be issued. And that theater is now the East Coast home of the American Film Institute, and the shopping center is a thriving core of Silver Spring. But one example I found that I think is most appropriate for the ComSat Laboratory site is the McMillan Reservoir District in DC. Now, this is a relatively new project. It's a 25-acre site that is part of the old sand-based water purification system of the McMillan Reservoir. It was deemed obsolete in 1985 and sat there for a very long time until new plans came up. It's an interesting plan because in 25 acres, they have a community center with play fields, a water park which has a pool that looks into the catacombs underneath the play fields. It has 618 living units, 146 townhouses, 220 upscale apartments, and 252 flats. Out of that, 21% of that is restricted income. That's DC's term for affordable or attainable. And out of the 134 restricted income units, 85 are reserved for seniors with restricted incomes. It also has 2 buildings for medical research on this property, 2 office buildings, and underneath the apartment buildings, there is a full-size grocery store. So I ask you to consider this. Oh, and by the way, the townhouses, the range of costs for purchasing the townhouses at the McMillan Reservoir District run from $835,000 to $1.34 million. Those are townhouses in a brand-new development. Anyhow, I would ask that you keep this in mind when you consider the future of ComSat, its history, its importance to the community and to the county's history. And in closing, I'd like to say, I found out in my research that USA Today published in 2017 the 25 must-see buildings in Maryland, and ComSat Laboratories is on that list. And if they thought it was important as a drive-by from 270, but still important enough to include in their list, I think we should consider it important as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And in the group, Dan Siemens.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Um,
Slide it a little bit closer to you, sir. There you go.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Dan Siemens, a resident of Boyd's, Maryland since 1960. I attended fourth grade at Clarksburg Elementary School in the 1960-61 school year. The appearance of the ComSat Labs building in the late 1960s was startling to people who lived here and to those traveling along I-70S, now I-270, at the time. The greater area there was largely a landscape of farms. This particular building stood out, to say the least. Many of us saw the building under construction as teenagers, so we knew it had not just landed. Other viewers at first look were not so sure it had not just landed. It was a unique appearance on that landscape, especially. World-renowned architect Cesar Pelli thoughtfully incorporated references to aircraft with its rounded aluminum skin and windows similar to jet planes. These brought in light from multiple sides to each modular lab space, rather unique to a lab situation. The lab spaces were needed to fulfill the directive of the Communications Satellite Act of 1962 that followed President Kennedy's 1961 speech requesting an American effort, quote, of landing a man on the moon and returning him safely to Earth. In the same speech, he requested an additional $50 million to make the most of our present leadership by accelerating the use of space satellites for worldwide communications, 1961. Over the span of the lab's operation, there were, from 1969 through 1997, many advancements were achieved in diverse technologies. Satellite operational problems occurred that required new solutions. The research and development work done there produced the vast amounts of technological advances needed to allow digital satellite communications, underdeveloped before. Solutions and new inventions discovered allowed affordability without sacrificing quality. Through Intelsat, these advancements were acquired around the world to rich and poor communities alike. American got this one right. There's a long list of problems solved and new technologies developed at ComSat. Rather than repeat them here, please see the September 2024 testimony of Maury Mechanic, President of ComSat Alumni and Retirees Association. It is in Geza Serigny's testimony for this meeting, as it was at the January 22, but it's also incorporated here. His terrific overview reviews the incredible work done at ComSat. It is required reading for anyone seeking what was accomplished in this building where it happened. Comra.org, the ComSat Alumni and Retirees Association, has many written commentaries from its members about their work there. They brought in experts from Lockheed Martin, Bell Labs, all over the map, government researchers. They collected them there. They got international interest from engineers who also got taught there of this new technology being developed. The building is a striking example of mid-century modern architecture, especially considering it was a laboratory. When understanding what was achieved there becomes an example of what an American entity can do in cooperation with and benefit of others throughout the world. I therefore consider the building to be monumental in stature. Its structure should be retained to recall its significance and the sense of American pride it can imbue with proper awareness. It's almost been forgotten, this technology. The World Wide Web has developed beyond this with newer satellite technologies. This technology is still there. It still operates, still functions, and provides worldwide communications with some of the poorest nations in the world. The planning board, let me solve my place here. Its structure should be retained to recall a significant sense of American pride it can imbue with proper awareness. It could be a substantial tourist attraction. The planning board should designate it for protection under MC's master plan for historic preservation. Montgomery County might consider the reuse of old buildings similar to those illustrated in the Clarksburg adapted reuse case studies. Those particular buildings that seem to relate to similar spaces at ComSat are Bell Works, the Chappaqua Crossing, and the Judson Mills properties. It's startling to see those spaces and also the larger buildings at ComSat. ComSat is a huge space. It has large 4- or 5-story labs. So this is different from the 4 modular original design work by Pelley. You know, that work itself is so unique for the conditions, and it expanded with the needed laboratory needs for the effort.
Could you wrap up your presentation,
Yeah,
sir?
sure. And so that pretty much is it. The ideas for utilizing this space could be garnered with the attention of the Economic Development Office and people willing to put forth creative ideas from parks and planning.
Thank you, sir. Our next group consists of John Parrish, R.G. Steinman, and Lori Babb. And the next, after that, there will be some teams presentations, but if there's someone here that had signed up and I haven't called your name, could you also come up, please? Okay, we'll start with Mr. Parrish.
Good afternoon. My name is John Parrish, representing the Friends of 10 Mile Creek and Little Seneca Reservoir. We are a 501c3 nonprofit dedicated to protecting the water quality in 10 Mile Creek and Little Seneca Reservoir. We participated in the process since the kickoff in 2003, and I thank your staff, Clark Larson, who I do not see here today, and Patrick Butler, and I appreciate the others that have met with us more than once and listened to our concerns. It was much appreciated. We submitted a 5-page testimony, which I'm not going to go through all that with you because I don't have the time, but I want to highlight some important things. First, I'll start with areas of agreement. We wholeheartedly agree with canceling the I-270 interchange. That interchange entails huge environmental impacts. What we are about is protecting water quality in the reservoir. And that project, as well as many other ones proposed in this plan, have an enormous cumulative effect on degrading the future water quality of the reservoir. The reservoir is in fair shape right now. It's doing pretty good. The streams around it feeding it in the Clarksburg Gateway Sector Plan area have suffered in the past 20, 25 years since the Clarksburg Master Plan came on in 1994. The Clarksburg SPA, which was originally rated in good condition, has slipped to fair condition. All the streams up there, Archie will follow me with more details on that. But we're about protecting the water quality and taking the long view of protecting the reservoir, because when I look around and I see the other jurisdictions in our area, Frederick County, the Frederick Municipal Water Supply, Baltimore County, Pretty Boy Reservoir, Loch Raven Reservoir, even in Montgomery and Howard County, protecting the Patuxent River. They have zoning in effect. The only zoning we have in effect that really goes further to protect the reservoir is what happened in 10 Mile Creek. It didn't happen above the reservoir in the Little Seneca watershed. So we've already seen the results of that degraded water quality, and I want to see that lessened. So removing the interchange is one major project that has enormous impacts, potentially on Black Hill Park, but certainly on the unnamed tributary along I-270 and the forested wetland that occurs on the west side of the interchange there. The second thing that I'm going to dwell on is the recommendation for a minimum 200-foot building setback from I-270. We support that. However, if you look at studies, there's numerous studies that are easy to find, done by other jurisdictions around the country and outside of this country, that show that the air quality associated with the major highways, those detrimental air quality impacts extend far further in, particularly when you have prevailing winds that bring those winds further on, which we do here. Our prevailing winds in our area are from the west. They carry that pollution on to the ComSat property, so, and the Linthicum property for that matter. So, you know, at a minimum, you should be considering a 200-foot building setback for public health standards. You also get the benefit by planting the 50-foot native tree buffer of some additional air quality benefits there. But that's woefully inadequate for what the really impacts are from that. Right now, the forest cover in the watershed stands at about, not in the watershed, in the sector plan area, stands at 29% forest cover. In 10 Mile Creek, which we're fortunate to have over 50% forest cover, that master plan called for increasing it to 65% cover to protect the stream water quality. We only have 29% forest cover here. It's imperative that you preserve what you have left. To meet the county's goals of no net loss of forest in the county, you cannot afford to keep on mowing down forests, particularly more mature forest cover. You have 4 major areas of what is DNR priority urban forest on the ComSat property alone that need to be preserved. There's plenty of open area, regardless of whether the building is preserved or whether you tear the building down. There's plenty of open area that will be available so you can route roads and put on lots of development without impacting these forests. It's just uncalled for to be taking these forests down. We detail that in our testimony, and I don't have time to go into that right now. But if you're really serious about a no net loss of forest, you need to preserve these DNR forests. I just need to take a little time to address this thing about the Linthicum property and how they rerouting the road to accommodate more development and ostensibly to reduce impacts on the stream buffer. It's a bunch of BS. That road goes over toward I-270 and takes out a mature forest. It is a triangular forest. It's a huge chunk of forest over there that for some odd reason is not designated a priority urban forest. So if you look at your forest cover map and you see where that road is proposed to go rerouted for Observation Drive extended, it goes right through the forest. The old alignment did not. We'd ask that you take a look at that and get around that. If you do build roads, we ask you to narrow them. So we support the staff recommendations to narrow the roads in there. The very last thing I have to say, if you allow me, is that To achieve the SPA's goal, the Clarksburg Special Protection Area, goal of watershed and stream protection, we urge you to carry out the SPA's goals, which are to protect and maintain high-quality or sensitive water resources and related environmental features, preserving forests, limiting the extent of development, and utilizing existing roads are the least expensive and most effective ways to protect streams and water quality. These earth-friendly environmental actions are critical to safeguarding water quality, improving air quality, combating climate extremes, fostering native biodiversity, and protecting human health and a quality life for us all. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Parrish, for your testimony. Next is R.G. Steinman.
Good afternoon. My name is R.G. Steinman. I serve on the board of Friends of 10 Mile Creek and Little Seneca Reservoir. The purpose of Friends of 10 Mile Creek, as set out in our bylaws, is to serve as guardians of 10 Mile Creek and its watershed, and to protect the water quality of Little Seneca Reservoir as a regional water supply. Friends of 10 Mile Creek owns 52 acres of property entirely in a forest conservation easement on either side of 10 Mile Creek, which is a subwatershed of the Little Seneca Reservoir. Being landowners and caretakers in this special watershed has amplified our mission to protect the health of the streams that flow into Little Seneca Reservoir, the backup drinking water supply for 5 million people in the Washington, D.C. region. 3 major streams drain into the Little Seneca Reservoir. Little Seneca Creek, which flows through the Clarksburg Sector Plan, is the largest of the 3 drainages. 10 Mile Creek, the second largest and the cleanest stream, and then Cabin Branch Creek, whose open fields and farmlands have been obliterated by a huge housing development with more housing on the way. The Cabin Branch development has resulted in sediment loads into the creek, nutrient pollution from lawn fertilizers, and a silted forebay where microcystin toxin has been documented. And I bring this up because the Clarksburg Plan will impact Little Seneca Creek, again, the largest stream that flows into the reservoir. The Clarksburg Plan is located entirely within the Clarksburg Special Protection Area, and according to Montgomery County environmental guidelines, the county's goal in SPAs is to protect and maintain high-quality or sensitive water resources. And based on DEP data, stream water quality has been declining in the Clarksburg SBA since development began in earnest in 1998. At the time of the 1994 Clarksburg Master Plan, all the streams in the Clarksburg SBA were in good and excellent condition. In 2020, the stream's conditions declined to good and fair. None was rated excellent. Given the ongoing developments in the Little Seneca Reservoir watershed, it is important to know what impact the Clarksburg Gateway Sector Plan will have on the Little Seneca Reservoir. How will this plan do better to improve the stream health, or at least not let it deteriorate further? The best way to protect and restore the health of the streams and to ensure a clean drinking water supply is to first and foremost preserve forest, and then to limit the extent of development and utilize existing roads. 285 acres of forest occur within the sector plan boundary, nearly all of which are state-designated priority urban forests, forests that the state considers priorities for retention and protection. The sector plan can protect these forests, including those large forest groves on the ComSat property, by avoiding the construction of new roadways through forest, parks, streams, stream valleys, and wetlands, and by limiting development on the 200-acre site of the historic ComSat building. Protecting a place is the same as protecting a part of ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Steinman. And next is Lori Babb.
Good afternoon. I'm Lori Babb, a Director of Economic Development at the Montgomery County Economic Development Corporation. We are the economic development organization on behalf of the county and are responsible for attracting new businesses to the county and helping our existing companies thrive and grow here. One of our biggest challenges is a limited supply of employment zone land that allows us to respond competitively to requests for information from site selection consultants who are working with prospective businesses on large projects that would bring jobs and investment here to the county. As you heard from us during our quarterly indicators briefing along with planning staff at the end of July, advanced manufacturing sites are very hard to come by in the county. The advanced manufacturing industry itself is doing very well right now in the market, and we have the workforce here in Montgomery County to support that, but we lack available properties. The 204-acre ComSat site is one of our single most important development sites in Montgomery County. It is a priority site for MCEDC and for the county executive because of its potential. At the end of last year, Governor Moore established the Maryland Business Ready Sites Program, which aims to accelerate investment by growing the state's inventory of shovel-ready sites. This program will enable significant investment across Maryland from the leading industries of today and tomorrow, and we envision the ComSat site as the perfect site to participate in this pathway to economic competitiveness. Site readiness helps to give us an advantage over other areas during the site selection process, and this site has the potential to serve as a campus-like commercial setting for a life sciences or advanced manufacturing user. In order to position the ComSat site as a competitive, viable economic development site, we need to also ensure that the site retains the ability to be developed primarily for industrial or commercial uses. The size, location, and flexibility of this site are essential in our efforts to market Montgomery County to national and global leaders looking to establish themselves in this region. With its strategic location along I-270, this should be a signature site for a major employment center. For this to happen, it is imperative to maintain the planned highway interchange at the site. Any employer on the ComSat site will want assurances that the site is directly accessible from the interstate so that employees and customers alike can easily access the property. The frontage along I-270 also provides a unique opportunity in the Up-County region for a major employer to have unparalleled visibility. Everyone still refers to this site as the ComSat site today because tens of thousands of cars drove past the site daily and saw the ComSat sign for decades. We must allow the opportunity for another world-class employer to have the same opportunity. As we presented to you in July, most of the industrial and flex buildings suitable for advanced technology and advanced manufacturing uses that have been built since the year 2000 have been built in the Up-County areas in Clarksburg, Germantown, and the Shady Grove Life Sciences Center. And those buildings are on average about 40,000 square feet larger than in all other areas of the county. The ComSat site represents an opportunity to recruit a large, world-class, high-tech user if we allow the owner and developer of this site to develop it properly. We urge you not to diminish the economic development possibilities of this priority site in the county. A forward-leaning business environment is one of the most influential things that any jurisdiction can do to remain competitive in today's world. Let's demonstrate that we have that capability. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Babb. So the next two will be on teams, Mahendra Sapa and Marissa Leon. You're muted, sir. Please take off your mute.
Yes, is this my turn?
Yes.
Hello, community and county stakeholders. Wishing you all a very happy festive season. My name is Mahendra Sapa. I represent a 501c3 not-for-profit organization called VHPA that leads a cricket league in the area called Maryland Cricket League with 30 plus teams, each team consisting of 30 to 40 teammates.
Sir, can you speak up a little bit more, please? Thank you.
Hello, everyone. This is Mahendra Sapa, representing the Vishwa Hindu Parishad America, a 501c3 not-for-profit organization leading the Maryland Cricket League in the county with 30 plus teams, each team consisting of 30 to 40 teammates. Besides cricket facilities, historically, we have benefited from the county's other resources like schools, campsites, etc. for more than 2 decades. Our household number is 5333, just in case if you want to look up our records, We thank the county for providing such awesome facilities. A very quick note, I heard many concerns regarding the upcoming new development, and I hope that they will receive appropriate research attention, living in harmony with all, including the environment. I am primarily here to share the need from our cricket community perspective. Given the rapid growing cricket population in our area, I recommend that the county provide more cricket grounds at a reasonable cost. At MCL, we are forced to deny many cricket teams as we do not have space due to limited grounds. Currently, the South Germantown cricket ground is very expensive since it's part of the stadium. While such facilities are important, the community also needs more affordable, regular grounds with proper pitches to support everyday players. We also suggest repurposing underutilized baseball grounds into cricket fields, creating practice grounds in smaller spaces by adding golf-style safety net around them, developing another dedicated cricket ground in the Germantown area, as the demand from the Maryland Cricket League and other community groups has already outpaced the available facilities. One small thing I would like to bring to attention, this with regard to existing Spencerville ground. I was the first person to request this particular ground, and original request was for only one ground, but the county, in a good faith, developed two. While we appreciate this effort, the smaller ground remains underutilized. At the same time, when both the smaller ground and the recreation center in the area is in use, the limited parking area becomes heavily overburdened. A simple redesign of the existing layout could create at least 10 additional parking spaces, which could greatly improve accessibility for players and visitors. Cricket is not just a sport, but one of the key recreational activities for many adults, specifically men, in our community. It provides both physical activity and also mental relaxation, contributing positively to the overall well-being. By expanding cricket facilities and improving supporting infrastructure, the county will help meet the need of the growing population and encourage healthy community engagement. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And our last person to testify today is Marissa Leon. Oh, she didn't join? So are we? All right. Did I miss anyone? Last call. If not, this ends our planning board meeting for this afternoon. We will resume again tonight in Germantown for our evening session. So thank you for coming out today. I really appreciate hearing what you have to say about the Clarksburg Master Plan. Thank you.